Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Sailor Nation Sports. We're back on the air once again this afternoon, bringing girls softball from the complex here on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School. As always, Kim and Cotis up in the Eagle's Nest, the Bird's Nest, whatever you want to call it. Kim and the best in the business, having a great view. We have a center field camera on the board. Noah Kanukin, the Godfather Joe Kanukin. I'm Nick Davros, and we are blessed, my friend, to have somebody with us that really knows this game.
I'll tell you what, if we had to think of it from an equivalent to a Walt Gakowski in the baseball world, we have the equivalency here in the softball world here at Mona Shores, and we couldn't be more happy to have Mr. Jason Craigo. Jason, thanks for joining us.
You bet. Thanks for having me. This is exciting.
Well, listen, we are absolutely excited to have you aboard with us as we get ready to host our first softball game ever.
Long time coming, absolutely.
Last year we got wiped out because of the pandemic, and last year was also going to be the first year of a new head coach. We're going to get into that with Jason a little bit down the road. We are going to go through the lineups right now. Alyssa Taylor is the first batter.
Batting second, playing shortstop, number 10, Annika Dempsey.
Annika Dempsey is batter number 2 for Whitehall.
Third, pitching number 1, Kylie Martin.
Kylie Martin, number 1.
Playing left field, number 23, Alexis Taylor.
Alexis Taylor.
Batting fifth, playing third, number 5, Eileen Hatcher.
Alina Hatcher is the next.
Playing catcher, number 33, Greta Hostica.
Greta Hostica, number 33.
Playing first, number 16, McKenna Russell.
McKenna Russell playing first, number 16.
Playing right field, number 27, Paige McFerrin.
Paige McFerrin, number 27.
Playing center field, number 24, Haley Carnes.
Haley Carnes, number 24.
Vikings are led by head coach Dennis Kogel.
Dennis Kogel is the head coach. Jason knows him very well.
The starting lineup for your Mona Shores Sailors. Batting first, playing third, number 8, Maggie McCarthy.
Maggie McCarthy,
Freshman.
Batting second. Behind the plate, number 10, Maddie Mettler.
Maggie Messler,
Mettler is the
Mettler.
lone senior.
senior.
Number 2, Elizabeth Savacool.
Sabacool Elizabeth, number 2.
Four, playing second, number 4, Bailey Graham.
Bailey Graham,
Batting fifth, playing center field, number 3, Alexis Brayton.
Alexis Brayton batting 5th for the Sailors.
Batting sixth, playing first, number 14, Mia Gagan.
Mia Gagan, is that the mother's, the
Yep.
teacher?
Batting seventh, playing left field, number 11, Avery Johnson.
Avery Johnson batting 7th.
Batting eighth, on the mound, number 6, Kristen Hillen.
Kristen Helen batting 8th.
Top 9, playing right field, number 9, Macy Spaniola.
Macy Spaniola.
The Sailors are led by head coach Sydney Tharp, assistant coach Mark Savacool. Brian Tharp is your team.
Sydney Tharp is the new head coach. We'll get into that a little bit, but right now we're just going to take a quick break as they play our national anthem.
We are grateful to have a crew like this tonight. The opportunity to play this game is only made possible by their commitment to high school sports and our athletes and coaches. We appreciate the efforts and they deserve our respect. Please give our umpires a round of applause for tonight's game. The start of another game is a call for people to treat opponents and officials with the sort of sportsmanship we expect in school sports. Nothing beats good sportsmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, the privilege of this game was made possible by those who have fought and continue to fight for the freedoms we enjoy. Let us now honor and respect their efforts and our country. Civilian gentlemen, please remove your hats. Active and retired military, we encourage you to render the appropriate salute. And everyone able, please stand at the attention, placing your hand over your heart as we proudly play our national anthem.
Well, Sailor Nation Sports, the national anthem has been played, and we are getting ready to play some softball here at the complex at Mona Shores, and it's a brand new, spanking, gorgeous-looking complex, my friend.
Yeah, and we say brand new, but really, you think about it, it's 2 years old. The fortunate thing is that this is the first opportunity in 2 years that they've had to really play softball, and that's obviously due to COVID. And I remember, actually, I helped put together a little kind of a tribute to the spring sports that had been lost from last year. And
of course you did.
What I did is I came out and I did some video of this field that had never been used yet, and it was so beautiful to be able to put out there, but it was also so sad because all these girls, all they want to do is play some softball, and they couldn't do it, obviously, because of COVID. So I am so happy that we're able to be here to be able to broadcast, and not only broadcast, but a doubleheader. So,
oh yeah, that's doubly nice, really. And what's really great, well, we're really grateful to Jason for giving up some of his time and lending us his expertise at this game. And Jason, you and I were talking a little bit before. This is not a very senior-heavy team at all. So I'm assuming that last year, or 2 years ago, when your last year, were you senior, junior heavy then?
Well, it was last year.
Yeah.
We had a senior pitcher, Maddie Van Etten, who had spent 4 years on the varsity, and she was ready to go. She suffered a knee injury her junior year, set our school record in strikeouts in a game with 20, and she was ready, fired up to go, and that was really hard to miss that year last year. And she went on to community college, is doing a great job there, and. But yeah, it was tough on those girls, especially the seniors, because it just got the rug pulled out from underneath them. And
yeah, very similar. I saw Facebook. Steve Skidema over at Mesquite Catholic Central had the same thing. Heavy senior, had 10 seniors on the team, and had a chance to go a long way. But we are with Jason. Jason spent 20 years, my friend.
Sounds like a lot. It went pretty fast.
Yeah, it is a lot. But yeah, congratulations. I hope you're enjoying retirement. We're going to get into some more things down the road. So, Jason, what are the umpires talking about right now with both coaches?
Your pregame meeting with the umpires. We go over equipment. We go over jewelry. They are giving the players the job of checking their own equipment and their bats to make sure they're legal. But really, the home coach is going to go over different situations with our field. Are there any openings? What's in play? What's out of play?
Oh, okay.
I always told our opposing coach, hey, our outfield in the spring, it's really not knotty out there. You got to kind of check for holes and see, until the grass really starts to grow. So that's a chance for us just to talk, and the coaches have been through that. I mean, it's a fun time.
Hey, you mentioned jewelry. That's something we didn't talk about with the boys' game, hardball game.
Honestly, I think it's still one of those rules where they're not allowed to have jewelry, but I don't think it's covered very often.
What is the rules of jewelry for the girls?
You are not allowed earrings, necklaces, rings of any kind. The piercings in the nose, some umpires are going to be lenient, but really in the MHSA it's not allowed.
So no jewelry at all?
When you get to the tournament now, if they allow it during the school year, that's up to the umpire, but you have to play by the rules, so it's coming out if you're going to go in the state tournament.
All right, so we're getting ready to get game number 1 underway, the first batter for Whitehall. It's going to be number 28, Alyssa Taylor. Go ahead, my friend.
I forget. And I shouldn't do this, but as much as I mentioned the students missing out on that spring opportunity, you did as well.
Sure. As
your final season. So, there's so much attention that's been given, but not every coach is in the middle of retiring. It's their last season, and they missed that as well. That had to have been devastating.
It's tough. It's tough. We had some times out here where we came out and walked around the field and maybe had some ground balls that we hit to certain kids, just to kind of send them off in June and July.
Sure.
No, it was tough.
Well, and Joe, I don't know if you know this, but Jason had the pleasure and honor of having his father be by his side for all of your 20 years?
Yes. That was a big deal. We had a drop ball there in center field.
But that'll go down as an error.
That's an E. Yeah, it was a great way. My dad played fast pitch softball out of Reesefield. I grew up being his bat boy, and
Oh, wow.
men's fast pitch was a big deal.
Back in the day.
Until slow pitch kind of took over.
Yep,
But,
exactly.
yeah, he was my assistant for every one of those years, and just a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
He's forgotten more about softball than I ever knew.
Yeah.
That's fantastic to be able to have that full circle as a bat boy and then coming back along and being here. That's really, really awesome.
So Taylor on base with the air. Up to back right now is Annika Dempsey for the Vikings. She's got a 2-ball, a 2-0 count on her. We are top. There's the one right down the pipe. 2-1 count here for Dempsey.
Let's hope we can cancel out that error. It's tough
Yeah.
a lot of times when that runner gets on. When there's outs, you got to take them.
Another
This
strike.
double play would work out well.
No, double. Yeah, you read my mind. 2-2 count here
And
on Dempsey.
And if I could introduce you to the game of softball, that's rare.
Really?
Because the bases are
So close.
they're so close, but the
Yeah.
girls are not that much slower than the boys. In fact, some of the girls are faster, and so it's very difficult that you'd see a regularly turned double play like that.
Yeah.
So
I saw
strikeout.
practicing it a little bit, but
So the Sailors get a strikeout, 1 down. Kylie Martin up to bat. That's batter number 3.
She's hitting third for a reason.
And she's got a good stick. Yeah. Foul ball there. Foul tip.
I happen to know she's the younger sister of a pair of twins that battled us for the last 3 years that we were playing. And
Oh, really?
she's a talented kid. She's super fast. I think she's their pitcher too.
she's earned that number 3 spot on the batting
Yep.
list for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oof. Nice
Strike
pitch on
2.
the corner.
0-2 count. 1 down here in the first half of the first inning, the upper half. Sailors are at home. Wearing the white. Whitehall in the red and white. There's going to be a little poke, and that's exactly right. This might bring the girl from first in. Now they're going to hold her up at third.
No, they're going to
No,
send
they're
her
going to
down.
wave her in on the bobbled ball. And Martin is going to stand up with a triple. So anytime there's a bobble, a miss, it's costly in softball.
Absolutely. And if you're running the bases the correct way, you're always running to take the next one. So
Yep.
you're watching to see if there's a bobble at all, and you shouldn't break stride.
Try reset.
Strike there. Batter number 4 is Alexis Taylor. I'm thinking it could be Alyssa's sister, possibly. So, Jason, you're a teacher at the high school. How many of these girls do you have in your classes? Do you have any of them?
I've had quite a few, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't typically have freshmen, but I've had a lot of the sophomores out here and juniors and seniors.
Sure.
I don't have every student, but I have a good majority of them.
Yeah. Well, this is a young team. You said pregame they only have 1 senior on the team.
Correct. I think Metler is the only one. I don't know if
Wow.
Yeah, we did have another one, but haven't seen her.
It
here.
looks like it's going to be
No.
a nice little scoop, long throw, pulls her off the bag, but tags her out
Out on the
at first.
tag.
Nice on the tag. 2 down.
2 down, 2 in.
Yeah.
My shortstop, Sabacool's a great player. She's a special story. We can maybe get into her
Sure.
her situation. I've had her 2 older sisters as well.
Okay, Hatcher up to back. Alina Hatcher, batter number 5. Ball's down low. This is a nice spot to have a press box right behind home plate.
It is a really good spot for a press box.
I mean, kudos to the planning committee for this. And nothing against the baseball. We're to the side, but boy, being right behind you, you see it all.
Yeah, and you know, I would have suspected that if all of these new facilities would have been designed 6 years later,
Baseball
there would have been some room specifically built in there for us. So we wouldn't be crowding the the scorekeepers and the announcers.
Right, exactly.
We would have had like a suite up.
Well, had it behind, right behind, home plate, right back there, and then both aluminum seats would have been on either side of them, very similar to this, because this is first class right here. Anything's first class if we get a seat.
That's true. Yeah, as long as Baseball, obviously, that was a pretty tight quarters there, so we ended up broadcasting from the
Foul
bleachers.
ball, yeah.
So we do have some versatility as far as our setup goes, which is nice because that allows us to bring games that other people might not be able to. So
and with Jason here, you know, poor Walt's out here. It's freezing, it's windy, and everything.
Yeah, Walt's gonna be upset with us that we gave this to,
I know
Jason and that cold weather
pitches
to him.
inside. Count goes to 2-2. Correction, 3-2 with 2 out right here. This is a money pinch right here. You can get out of the inning, or she goes at first. The windup and the pitch. A little single here. This pitcher's going to get it.
Nice
and
play.
she is out. So
Nice
Sailors
play by the
give up
pitcher.
2 to the Vikings in their first half of the first inning. Take a short little break, and the
Trophy House is your #1 source for fan gear, corporate and team sales, trophies, awards, and more. Visit them in their new showroom, right next door from their old showroom on Henry Street. If it can be logoed, they're your resource. Your brand is their business.
We want to welcome everybody back here. It's the bottom half of the first inning. Sailors up to bat. #1, McCarthy.
Sailors down 2-0 here against the Whitehall Vikings. First game of a doubleheader.
And an absolutely picture-perfect day. It's going to go foul. 0-1 on McCarthy.
Straighten that one out. There's some pop to that bat.
She's got some pop. She had never hit a home run in regulation, and then came against Holland. She hit 3 in a doubleheader.
Really?
So
now, what grade is she in, Jason?
She's a freshman.
She's a freshman.
Yes.
Wow. Inside is a little ground ball. Shortstop's going to pick it up. Long throw, and she's out.
Jason, you mentioned this field just being smaller. So throws you don't have as far to throw. You could be out, or you could be safe at first with a runner.
Yep.
Even on a good, clean play to shortstop, it just the speed alone.
Now you put a left-hander in there, and now it's even
shorter,
even close. Yes.
Yeah, it's even shorter field. Mettler up to bat, Maddie. Yeah. I mean, anything from second base over to the right here, it reduces half of the surface area and playing area and throwing area. Wow. There's a little ground there. She could beat it out? No, out by a couple steps here. So Sailors 2 up, 2 down.
Another question for you, Jason. Is there anything from a pitching perspective? Is there any? What are the pitches? So obviously in baseball you have fastballs, sliders, curveballs, that kind of stuff. What do you have for pitches? What dynamics?
Well, typically your good pitchers, they have a plethora of stuff. Obviously the best pitch you can throw is strike one. And you typically want to move corners, and so you never want to throw it down the middle. drop ball. The thing that separates softball from baseball is the ability to come up. And so pitchers that can get their hands underneath the ball when they snap can get a rise ball to probably start at your mid-thigh and end at your letters. And so it looks really well, really good coming in, and you just can't catch up to it.
A lot of pop flies with that type of a pitch, too.
And yes, and you'll see, we have a good hitting team. If no matter how hard the girl's throwing, if you don't change speeds, eventually our girls will catch up. So the changeup is obviously an effective pitch in softball.
Jason, with all that said, how much time do you spend with your pitchers during the off season, say winter, summer, fall, winter? Do you spend much time?
The pitchers are expected to throw.
There's a nice little
man,
crack.
You got to watch out, Grandma down there.
Savaku up the bat.
The pitchers are expected to throw at least twice a week, all year round. Now that may just be for 30 minutes, it may be for 40 minutes.
Is that supervised by you or some of your staff, or is that on their own?
A lot of times they'll pitch at their own facility. If
okay.
But a couple pitchers I had over the years, I would take. They'd come in the mornings at 7 o'clock and throw just for 30 minutes, and I'd catch them.
I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean,
they have to stay in that mode all year round.
Yeah, they got to be in that groove all the time. It can't be. All right, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here. Sailors trying to get a little rally here, trying to get a base runner up. The pitch, it's low. We're loaded. It's a full count, 3-2, 2 out. We're either on or we're out for another inning with Whitehall coming to bat. Whitehall up 2-0.
Martin throws pretty fast here, but I haven't seen a change up yet, so we'll see. This is the one you throw it to if you have one. But
yeah, this is the money pitch, huh?
This is the girl you want to keep off balance.
Yeah. Another foul ball. She's going to get a workout here.
She straightens that one out. That's got some power behind it.
Jason, when you work with the pitchers during the off season, do you work with the catchers then? Do your catchers come in as well to catch?
There was always a 4-player rule, so you could bring in up to 4 players.
3 pitchers and right.
Typically we'd hit in the cages. I know Coach Bard's got a nice facility that he helped us out with.
Shortstop's going to pick it up. The Senators going to go down 1-2-3 in their half of the first. Your score at the end of 1. The Vikings of Whitehall are up 2-0. We will be right back after this 1-minute break.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 300,000 participants here in Michigan who take part in high school sports.
Back. Hope you had a good 1-minute break. We did, chatting with Jason Crago, the former head coach here at Mona Shores. 20 years. My God, it seems like an eternity. Jason, I'm going to share a short story. I remember when I first met you. Where? Do you remember?
Bunker Gym.
Bunker Gym.
You were in 8th grade basketball.
Nice play out there.
Schumbert was coaching you. I was 7th, 8th grade back in the day, Joe. That's when I first had him. Jason played at Muskegon High School, and those are good days. But we are now here. It's 2021.
You know
Up to
what?
bat.
I would say that you're like a walking historian.
Yes, I am.
I really believe that.
Yeah, it's called old. We call it
I was,
old. You call
I
it
was
a
given
historian.
some credit to how many
Yes,
people
God bless you.
you've brought through the world and
Yes,
everything
I
else.
have,
You're
yeah.
a walking historian. But if you
Yes.
want to call it old, I mean,
Well, old and wise, I think. I mean, look at how this young man turned out. I like to think, just a little bit of credit. But Jason played on the basketball team with Sherman Burr. We went undefeated, didn't we, in basketball? Yeah.
I think we lost to Steele.
Oh, we lost to Steele, so we
Yeah.
split with Steele back in the day. Yeah, but Jason, quarterback at Muskegon, state champion in football. Good days up to bat. Number 16 finds McKenna Russell. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The Vikings up 2-0 as they scored 2 in the first inning on a couple errors, really. There's a little single to the shortstop. Scoops it up. Nice throw for the out.
solid infield play here we've seen so far.
So, Jason, after out, I noticed both teams just kind of gather right there, just, hey, nice job, let's keep it up, just a little something like that.
Yeah, they always come together and give the pitcher support. And
okay.
they have little routines they do to hand the ball back.
Yeah.
I always liked it on strikeout to fire that ball around a little bit and throw it around the horn.
Oh, foul ball right there. Now, that's something baseball did not do after any inning. The guys didn't run in and, hey, high five. And, just a little different.
No, but they did throw it around the horn.
Yes, they did.
And
right, exactly.
The umpires will allow that as long as you don't throw it away. Because if you throw it away, now they're going to say, hey, you're slowing down the game.
Right, yeah. That makes sense.
But I'd really get on my catchers to throw that ball down to third on a strikeout because especially when your pitcher's striking out a lot, your infielders don't get to touch the ball. And it's important to keep that arm loose, especially in cold weather.
Oh, so
throw that ball around. That's the history of throwing it around the horn.
I never knew that.
I never knew that either.
See, this is why you're going to be an immediate legend.
Yeah,
here
right
Sailor
here.
Nation Sports Network.
Strikeout right there.
Wow, that was
There
a
we go.
quick
1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3
absolutely.
inning right there. Just really what the Sailors needed after giving up 2 in the first inning. We're at the end of 2.5. It is now still 2-0 here at the complex. Balcher, we're going to stay here and chat a little.
We'll take another break.
All righty. So we're going to take a break. We'll see you in a minute.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
Want to welcome one back. We are doing well at the end of an inning and a half here. It's 2-0 up to bat for the
2
Sailors.
innings complete. We're in the top of the third.
Oh, we're at the top of the
Bottom of second.
bottom of the second.
Oh, is it bottom?
Yeah,
Scoreboard
right.
just reads a 0.
Yeah, I don't know why they
gotcha.
would put that right away, but there's a nice shot. It's
There
going
we
to go
go.
right underneath the glove of the shortstop. It's going to put number 4 at first base for the Sailors.
Let's get a look at the instant replay on that hit.
Graham,
It's going to be a tough
Alexis Brayton.
shortstop error.
Is that what it's going to be?
It's a shortstop error,
Yeah.
but it's a
yeah.
heck of a tough play.
Yeah.
She's kind of in front of it off of her foot. That's why shortstops have a bad deal.
See, this is exactly why we brought him in here. All these little details. Brain up. Count is 1 ball, no strikes.
Yep.
We have no outs here at the bottom of the second.
That's a tough hop there on that.
Just
Yeah.
taking the opportunity to show Jason Craigo the fun things that we get to play with here, such as the instant replay and
Ooh,
the
there's
center
a
field
nice pitch.
camera and all that kind of stuff. And I tell you what, again, we every single time we broadcast, we thank the fans, especially those that are listening right now, for all the support we've received, both in spirit and watching as well as in financially.
Low pitch is a stolen base. Jason, is that considered an error then
That is
by
a
the catcher? Or
wild pitch.
A
If it
wild
hits-
pitch?
It's up to the scorers and the
Sure,
dugouts.
sure.
That ball hit right about before home plate, so
Right.
they're going to call that a wild pitch.
Okay, even though the catcher saved it in there, it wasn't a catchable ball for
If
her.
it hits the
match.
glove before the dirt, they're probably going to call it a pass ball.
I got you. Okay. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no out. We got a runner on second here in threatening position right here. So a little single could bring her in and bring in a 1. Foul ball right there.
It's always a decision, too, that coaches have to make here. You had a runner on first, nobody out. Do you square the bunt, move the runner over? We luckily got a pass ball, and
Sure.
girl gets to second. Now, you still have a decision here. You could bunt her over to third. I like to find out if my third baseman can make a play or if their third baseman can.
Oh, it
we'll
hits
take
her
that.
right there. Well, that made it easy. So,
take
Jason,
that.
when you're laying down the bunt, then I'm assuming you're going to lay it down the first base line to advance her if you can, or does it not matter?
The first thing you need to do is get it fair. And
Right.
What we find out is girls don't take hitting lessons to learn how to bunt. I found that out years ago. So, that's something you have to work on in practice. And the further you get in the state tournament, pitching is everything. And if you can't put the ball in play, you're at a disadvantage.
Right
because,
away.
Sure.
Yeah, you have to make sure other fielders have a chance to make an error.
All right, so Grogan, number 14 up the bat. God, I can't believe the Twins are this old already.
Mia Gagan, yeah, she's a
Gagan.
good player.
Yeah.
Now, again, we have first and second, nobody out. I mean, they got a left-hander in the box. I bunt here, but Coach Tharp can do, oh, boy.
It's a high fly. Looks like that's a playable ball. It's going to go foul,
There we
and
go,
she
new
missed it.
life.
Boy, she caught a break.
Yeah, that was a tough one to play, actually, coming from second base. I would have almost thought that if there was a little more wheels coming from the right fielder, that she would have had a better shot at it. But nonetheless, it was a tough play for the second base.
No balls, 1 strike here. Runner on second. Gagan up the bat with an 0-1 count, as we said.
Yeah,
There's a
There's a
shot.
nice
That's going
shot.
to bring
That's
in
gonna
1.
get
It's going to
by.
lay in
That's
there.
gonna
That
get
could turn
by.
into double. They may bring in 2. They may bring in 2. They're sending her home. Here comes home. No, she's going to keep it. Sailors are going to tie it up with 2 apiece. Now, here's what I was looking. It was funny. The second base runner is rounding second, but she's looking out on the field instead of looking at your coach.
No,
Isn't it?
she should not be looking at the coach. She's looking at the balls in front of her.
Okay.
So she can see where the ball was. Maybe she lost sight of it.
Okay.
And that's why she
'cause I
hesitated.
thought she should have been looking because
It's the
coach
runner's.
is.
No, the runner's job is to see
Okay.
the ball. Where she's looking at the coach here is if the ball were hit to right
I
field.
got
Another
ya.
one in the gap.
There's going
Beautiful.
1 in the gap right there between second and short. It's going to bring in another run. So Sailor's going to go up 3-2, scoring 3 here in the bottom of the second.
Well, I tell you what, this is exactly what the Sailors were looking for. It was a little bit of pop off the bat, and every time they hit it, they're finding holes on the field.
Hillen up the
what you
bat.
want.
Yes.
Especially with a lot of people on base like that, being able to pop a single or a double and bring 2 runs.
Oh,
home.
yeah.
Oof.
That's a nice strike, nice pitch. Ball's
As
1 strike here.
young as these girls are, they can swing the bat. I mean, there's freshmen coming in here, 14 years old, hitting
Wow.
shots out into the Henry Street, and that's something we learned a while ago that
Foul ball. Makes it 0-2.
freshmen, if you can play, you can play. So there's no way of earning your stripes. I mean, these girls can really play.
Well, and when you have an entire team of people that can play, what a coaching gift that is. You know?
What a luxury to have.
Be able
Absolutely.
to move the lineup around and still be able to.
The little
There's a bunt.
blooper looked like a bunt
I
or a
think
little.
that was an
yeah.
attempted hold
Check
up,
swing,
check
yeah.
swing,
Yeah.
and didn't.
But it moved the runner up, and we got 1 out here.
Spaniola up to bat, number 9. 1 out, 1 on at second. Sailors up 3-2, having scored 3 in this inning. There's a nice pitch for a strike.
I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here at the John Vandervelde and Nexus Realty broadcast booth here from the Sailors Softball Complex. Our first time here and your first time joining us for it. So
Little single over the first baseman's head. That's going to keep her safe at first, but she's going to get an RBI as number 11 Johnson comes in to score, making it 4-2.
Let's get another look at that hit.
Take a look at this on the Lake Michigan Insurance instant replay, and you can see it just
barely.
She had a contact on it where it was probably only about 3 feet out in front of the plate when it hit, and it just launched from
this field. As the weather gets warmer, that ground gets harder and harder, and you see a lot of those hops. Some of the speedsters try to drive that ball into the ground and just pop it straight up in the air off the ground, and by the time the girl has it, she's safe.
McCarthy up the bat. Sailors up 4-2, 1 out. 0-1 count to McCarthy. Foul ball. Is that playable? Catcher's coming over, and that old boy just almost caught it in the noggin right there. I don't think he saw where it was.
He was a little surprised that it was
my bad.
2 feet to his left.
That was straight down, too. That's a high net to get over.
And he was playing it cool, calm, and collective. 0-2 count, 1 out for the Sailors. They're now up 4-2, having scored 4 in this inning, the bottom of the second. Check swing, no go.
Noah running the show again tonight. He helped us on baseball on Saturday. He's been working hard this week. Started his internship at GE Aviation. Thanks for joining us, bud.
Yeah, glad I was able to make it.
Oh, there's a nice shot. It's going to go over. It is gone.
2-run shot.
2-run shot.
I told you she has some power.
Boy, she
Megan
does.
McCarthy.
Boy, I tell you,
I
think I'm more worried about the camera out in
God.
left center this time than I was on the baseball. Nice shot.
They've already put a bounty out on that camera. It's hard to tell you, Joe. I've already heard the girls.
You know what? It's insured. I hope somebody does hit it. That would be fantastic. And they got the instant replay in there. Thank you, Noah, for bringing that one up. It was beautiful. Left the bat at perfect angle. I would tell you what.
Yeah, that was a nice crack of the bat.
Absolutely was.
Yeah, I do want to make a little shout out here to our home plate umpire, Jackie Burr. She is the first family of umpires here in Muskegon. Her dad, Ralph Burr, retired a couple years ago.
Stop it. That's
55 years or something like that in coaching Little League and all the way up through varsity. And Joe Burr, and then there's another brother as well.
Jeff and I went to school together at Muskegon. In fact, the Burrs did. When I was head coach at Muskegon of the JVs, they always had my games, and it was just amazing. That's a Burr. I mean, God, that's like in the DNA. I mean, you're conceived, you're an official, for God's sakes. Holy smokes, how wonderful.
I'd like to say she's been at it longer than I had, too. So she was here ever since I began.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
God, I'm going to be starting my 42nd year of high school football. I got 13 more years. God, I'm in a wheelchair by the time I'm that. Wow, good for her. I see Ralph down at the farmer's market every time I go down there. He looks good.
Yeah. He's got to be 80-something now.
He's got to be up there in his age. Well, what's Jeff? Jeff's my age. So, yeah, Ralph's got to be in his mid-80s right now and still looks good.
Mm-hmm.
1 ball, no strikes, 1 out here. Sailors still up 6-2. Let's get a little booper there. Taken by the third baseman. Quick throw. No, and she is out.
She
scooped
picked it up. Yeah.
Dropped it and scooped it right
up.
So it's going to be 2 out for the young Sailors. Number 2 at the bat finds Savakul.
A very quick snap play over there by third base by Wow. Very good play. And good heads-up play by the first base for grabbing that, even though it wasn't in the glove. Heads-up play gets the out.
So, Jason, I noticed now her second time out. Is she sizing up her bat? What does she do when she slides her hand up the barrel like that?
That is a ritual that I guess only good hitters know. So whether you're in the major leagues, she steps out. She's just got her
there she goes
like
again.
Her pre-swing routine.
Yeah, okay. All right. Because I know every time she does that.
It's funny you mention that. As a baseball player, all my playing days, I always emulated Darrell Evans from the 1984 Tigers. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. He'd sit there and then he'd come back just as the pitcher was getting ready. That's how I did my stuff. I was Darrell Evans.
Yep.
So you had your little routine as well.
Oh yes,
huh?
I did.
Oh yeah, she does too.
Most batters do. They all
I tried
have
to
a-
do Gary Sheffield in high school, and Coach Jerry Eden said,
Oh, yeah.
you'll never hit it that way. So I had to change what I was doing. He said,
Yeah.
you'll never get around on the ball.
I saw Jerry the other day. He looks really good still. Age has done him well. Still getting around, he and Nancy. 2 out, 1-1 count.
Oof.
There's a strike down the tube.
He's got a little upshoot on that ball. She throws hard, but again, we saw, if we don't change speeds, eventually they're going to time it up. So,
Yeah, right.
but she knows who she's playing against here. They've played against each other in the summer a lot.
I was just going to mention a lot of the crispness that you have, especially after having an entire season of softball gone last year, has got to be because of summer play, because of the various different prep league stuff, off-season rec league, that kind of stuff that really helps continue the development for these kids.
Yep. And I think there's just an article in MLive, Red Pastor.
Could find it. Oh, no, I thought it was going further.
No, she drops it.
Oh, we'll take
Lost it in the sun, probably, I would think.
just on the emergence of travel ball in the last 15, 20 years. And, these girls play 38 games regular season high school. They'll play anywhere from 2 to 8 games in the playoffs. And then they go on the summer and they'll play 55 or 60 games.
God, they'll play 100 games in a season.
Right.
Then.
So they'll
I mean,
play
in a year.
sometimes double in the summer what they do in the
Right. Wow.
And another legend, if you will, in
Safe.
the softball world, Mr. Dan Vandermeid, the voice of the Sailors in many cases, many respects. Ref, umpire, obviously, for very much involved in some of the summer league stuff. Him and his daughter. I had the pleasure of doing a broadcast for them. It was a how to keep kids safe kind of thing from a
strike 2.
A coach's perspective. What responsibilities does coaches have? We had guests from the prosecutor's office, from the police department. Todd Conrad was there from the actual athletic director side of things. But it was a really good thing, and that's what some of these summer leagues are doing. Another
nice poke. Is it going to fall in? No,
Oh,
just out of bounds. Just goes foul to the left of the 195 marker.
So yeah, that's one example of a league, a summer league that's been around for quite some time, and really helps to develop these girls become the softball players that you're seeing out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, sports in general, no matter what the sport is, truly is turned around almost a year-round type sport, From there, foul ball again. It's making the pitcher work here a little bit.
So, again, I've, other than rec softball, I've never really been involved with it, and certainly am not very understanding of the girls softball, but I'm learning so much from you. Thank you, Jason. Looking at the gloves, is there a special glove for a first baseman like there is in baseball?
Oh.
Yes, they're allowed to have that first baseman's glove if they would want to, yes.
We'll
the
stay here,
rounded
Noah.
edge.
Okay.
And then I see a catcher's glove looks very similar to a catcher's glove in baseball. I just imagine it's probably sized a little bit differently because of the size of the softball.
Yeah,
Yep.
and what you find now, the girls, some of the girls throw really hard, and so you want to get those more expensive catcher's mitts. Really the expensive part comes from the leather. And you can imagine in major leagues how much leather you have to keep your hand from busting, from a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Right.
So, they do. The catcher's mitts have to be broken in really well, and of course that off-season helps in that.
Sure.
So we are at the end of 2. Sailors have rallied to go up 6-2. Vikings come to the bat at the top of the 3rd.
You guys remember at the last time the Vikings were up, it was a very quick 1-2-3.
1-2-3, yeah.
Be nice to have that again as well. Sailors playing very good ball here. Very good.
Yep.
Yeah, slow start in the first inning. Have settled down nicely and seem to be in a good little rhythm right now.
I will say, though, the Vikings don't have any glaring weaknesses. They look like they're here to play as well. It just the Sailors have been hitting the ball very, very well that last time that they were up. So I don't think that the Vikings are going away anytime soon.
Oh, no.
Haley Carnes at the bat for the Vikings.
As we speak,
and that's
there's
a
one
single
drive
in
right
the
up
gap.
Right up the center.
Carnes going to go to first.
And it's, unless you have a real dominant pitcher, and they come along every now and then, but, you know, you move the mound back to 43 feet. That happened, gosh, about 8-9 years ago. Sarah Driesinga out of Hudsonville went on to University of Michigan, and she could throw 65, 68 miles an hour, and she threw as a freshman from 40 feet. And it was the equivalent of about 103 miles an hour.
And so Jason, why did they move the...
They moved it back just because it becomes such a pitcher-dominant sport, especially at the the state tournament level once you get down to the last 12 teams. And when they did that, there had to be a rededication to more defense, and people were able to put him in play.
Potential double play. No, there's one. No, and you're right. Right there's an excellent example of trying to turn a double play.
But Liz is a smart player, and she had the girl at second. But sometimes a ball hit like that, you just have to go to first because that girl at first gets such a good jump.
Oh, yeah, right.
You don't want to risk it. But she made a nice play.
And you got to get the lead runner out first. So, yeah, that's tough.
Foul ball.
So we got one out, one on the force out at second.
That's kind of one of those internal clock plays. So, get an experienced player. If the coach has to tell you where to go with that, it's too late.
Yep.
I mean, they just have to have an internal clock, and they know where to go.
Annika Dempsey up to bat for Whitehall. Whitehall down 6-2. We're at the top of the third here at the complex, the softball complex on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School. And I'll tell you what, it is absolutely beautiful here at the east end of the campus.
That could be a double play ball.
Nice play by the second.
Little bobble.
Little bobble, a nice little shuffle over there. Kept her cool. Get the forced runner out at second. 2 down.
It's the nice side of both of those last two plays. They didn't end up being double plays, but you're able to get that force out, which makes it that much harder to score.
There's 2 times when you can see that double play. One if the ball's hit like an absolute missile, and the other one is if the batter falls down. I mean, that's really the timing just doesn't.
And it's not.
Well,
you almost don't even consider if the batter were to fall down some type of a double play.
Correct.
I mean,
It's really tough to do.
The makeup of the field just doesn't allow this to happen.
Well, these girls, the cool thing about district time is that's College World Series time. So they get done with practice and they go home and watch the best in the world do it.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, yes, they can turn 2 at that level.
Yeah, Martin up to bat for the Vikings. Her count is 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs for the Vikings.
She had a double last time. She's okay going to first base. I'd be okay with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got 2 outs here.
2 outs for certain.
Double could bring in.
Yep, she's thinking maybe the same thing.
So I noticed that all of the infielders are wearing face protection. And obviously that's probably because that bat coming around, the ball leaves probably about as fast as a baseball does.
Yes.
But you have that much less space.
Struck around on a high
Beautiful
inside pitch. So the Sailors get out of a little jam, getting 2 forces at second, leaving a runner on first.
And that's been a migration to the mask. Sorry.
No, you're good.
The mask thing, obviously, purists, they didn't want to start it, and pitchers started to wear it.
Right, I remember that.
We have a yearly conference in Lansing, and they were arguing back and forth over whether or not to mandate it. And, a lot of the guys stood up, and girls, and said, they don't wear it in baseball, we shouldn't wear it here. And finally a coach stood up and said, well, if you had to carry a girl off the field with a broken nose and a possible skull fracture, maybe you'd think a little differently. And everybody changed their mind, and it's not mandated. I mean, they don't have to wear them, but girls have grown up wearing them now, and they're comfortable with them. Yeah. And I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. Jason, here's another routine these little idiosyncrasies. So the Whitehall players walk out, come over here behind home plate, and then they all go out over there. Did your girls do anything like that?
Between innings they do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
They typically do that to start the game.
Yeah, no. Every girl is doing what number 1 is. She comes out behind home plate, goes out, slaps, and out they go. So different teams do, so certain routines are just whatever they feel.
Just part of team bonding, part of tradition.
No, I think it's great.
And, being the football fans we are, we know how crazy things are in the stands and how much of an atmosphere you have. And, and we do get crowds here, but obviously not as big as you do in football and basketball. But a lot of times these girls are their own cheerleaders. And they've banned, buckets and bells and stuff. But You listen to the College World Series, they never shut up the entire game.
No, no, you're absolutely
it's about
right,
that atmosphere.
It's funny you mentioned that. The college atmosphere for fans when it comes to the fans themselves, but the students and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of the games that I was able to go to, Noah's a student at University of Michigan, and I asked him, I said, which ones are more rowdy? Is it the football fans, the basketball fans, or the hockey fans? And he said, oh, hockey is by far,
insane.
they will tear up another team.
Seriously?
Oh.
The greatest thing I've ever experienced.
Now, no, I'm going to tell this story, but if I tell it wrong, tell me.
Okay.
The game that I went to, I was asking him about almost a great play by the catcher for Whitehall. That was fantastic, almost a good grab.
Brayton, number 3 for the Sailor is up to bat here. It's Brayton. All right, buddy.
So I asked him that question. He says, yeah, the student section will literally research, like, who the goalie's girlfriend is, and they will start tormenting the goalie about. I mean, just
100% accurate.
So yeah, it's pretty insane the amount of activity there is at college
Well,
sports
you know,
fans.
and that's a great story. Know that the mother and fathers out in Sailor Nation Sports are sending their kids to Michigan to do research on the goalie's girlfriend if he hasn't. And if they just broke up, God is probably getting even ugly. Now you girlfriend ugly man. No wonder she left
there's
you.
a nice hit.
Get down.
It's going to get.
find
Yeah,
him.
it's just going to drop in here. Number 14 there. That's Gagan. Little bloop single. In the right field.
When you say that story, immediately I think of the Cameron Indoor Crazies.
Right.
Who know
Yep.
that.
Yeah.
But my daughter's a freshman at Michigan Tech this year, and she has not been to the hockey games yet because they haven't been allowed to.
Sure.
But her uncles and aunts went there, and they're letting her know what kind of an experience that's going to be, because they do go crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't believe it, Noah, when you told me that hockey was worse than football. He said, "Is that absolutely insane?"
Well, it's different when
It was fun too.
Yeah.
I watching when I went. They were out of control, incredible.
Foul ball makes it an 0-2 count here for the Sailors.
What were you gonna say, Noah?
it's different with football because you're so spread out over
Yeah.
the biggest stadium in North America. Where hockey, it's much more intimate.
Sure.
So you're able
Yeah.
to coordinate things like that. a
Very
little
good
bit
point.
better.
Johnson up to bat for the Sailors.
Ooh.
Foul tip.
Chasing that
She's
one.
out. Yeah, second time. Hillen up to bat, number 6 for the Sailors. 2 out, 1 on. Sailors up 6-2 here. Bottom of the third. Inside pitch.
So on a doubleheader, what do they take? Probably about 15-20 minutes in between games.
Yep.
Reline the fields, that kind of stuff.
Yep. We need to work on getting a tractor. We've had one in the past to do a little drag. They don't reline the fields. We do rake out the pitcher's mound, and the key thing here as the weather gets warmer is we have a hose at the end of the dugout that gets some water on the field.
In between games?
In between games, you try to just keep it wetted down because it
Gets
starts
dusty.
to get dusty.
Yeah.
And the hot weather really has an effect on the field.
Now, see, you bring somebody that knows the game like Jason. And last Saturday we had Walt, who said the exact same
These guys
thing.
mastered their craft for
God,
20 plus
I
years.
mean,
I
You
have
know, now-
nothing. I have nothing on Walt because
no.
I spent a lot of time out here maintenance
Right.
with parents. But Walt Gokowski was a one-man
Oh.
maintenance crew on
Yeah.
his infield, and
He
no
did
one else
mention that,
was
yeah.
allowed to touch it except Walt.
Well,
And
he brought that up and said
Yes.
it became an obsession
It
to
is.
Walt. And his wife said, well, why don't you do our yard?
Yeah, why
like
doesn't
you
our
did?
yard look like
How
your
come our
infield?"
yard doesn't look like that for
you
heaven's
ask some of
sake?
my old players what they would remember. Obviously, the games and their experiences, but I pick weeds wherever we go.
Yeah.
There's not a weed in here. And I said, if we're going to have a nice stadium, and the girls have, Sydney's continued the tradition. She's got her yard maintenance day in the spring, and the girls get rakes out, they weed. But I show up to a field and, they got nice new dugouts, and they got a bunch of weeds in front of the fence. I mean, I pick them myself. I can't handle it.
Yeah, it's an obsession for these guys here. Like my locker room, doing all these little things for my locker room.
This is your sanctuary. This is
Right.
your
Yeah.
This is your pulpit, really, for everything
Right.
that is, passion. And speaking of which, this field looks fairly good.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks like it's in pretty good shape. Now, did the Bards take care of this as well? Do they
They
take
do.
care of
They
all
do
the
a great
fields?
job.
They do, and that's why I wondered if they did.
Yes,
So.
they do, and they line it, take care of it. But when it comes to the day-to-day raking out, you get a lot of holes coming into third, coming into second. The mound has to be taken care of after the game, so the girls will have a whole regimen that they do once the games are done.
Now, do you cover your mound like baseball does in between games and home plate?
We don't. If we're going to have a game,
because it's all dirt versus dirt and grass on baseball?
And baseball has a lot more clay than we do. There's clay.
Oh.
Yeah, there's clay in the pitcher's lane as she comes off the mound.
Oh, okay.
But we'll cover it if there's going to be a game tomorrow and we know there's going to be rain tonight. The girls will put the tarp out. Otherwise, they
just
leave it off.
Okay. But they will water it in between games? Just
yes.
Usually, I mean, that's protocol. They don't always have to, I'm assuming, but...
The way I understood it from Walt is that the baseball mound, because it's elevated, when they get rain, they could ruin their mound, but the rest of the field could be absolutely ready to play. But if they don't cover that mound, they could cancel the game because the pitchers can't throw from a slippery surface coming downhill.
But he said, depending on the rain, it could wear off. The mound can, get lower as, inclement weather comes around. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sailors are up 6-2. We're at the top of the 4th inning. Here at the complex at Mona Shores, the softball complex. It's a high fly ball. It looks like it's going to drop in for a little bloop single along that third baseline.
Yeah, that was another tough play for the shortstop on that one. Better angle for the left fielder, but I don't think she had the wheels to get there.
No.
And that's a situation where you could get green. You don't know if your teammate's coming in to plow into you, but you could definitely lay out for that one there.
Ileana Hatcher, the next batter for the Vikings, inside pitch. It's going to be called a strike. Just 2 umpires for softball, just like baseball?
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, she's calling it.
Ever get thrown out of a game because you got lippy with an official?
No, and I credit, I've said some things obviously over the years.
No, really?
But, one of the things my dad imparted on me was, you're going to have 1 or 2 shots during the game. You better save it for something that's important. And so, if you're sitting there chirping every single time, the ump's going to basically just, ignore you and then eventually throw you out.
Yep.
But no, I never the only time I had to leave a game is I jumped up to kind of excited about a call at first that I thought should have gone the other way, and I went to leap into the air, and my calf muscle ripped right up the back.
Oh!
So I went down in the third base box, and the girls asked me, am I okay? I'm like, I'm all right. And I got right back down like a buffalo on the plains.
Wow.
And I hobbled off the field, and then I had to coach the rest of the game from the dugout.
Yeah. So on that wild pitch, the young lady from Whitehall is going to be down at second base. Your count is 3-2, no outs. Full count. Oh, it's going to be an inside.
Strike 3.
Oh, she called it a strike 3. God, I thought it was a sure walk.
That's tough.
I thought it was high and inside. Haska, number 33, Greta Haska, up to bat for the Vikings. Hastika. Got it. Hastika. High fly ball. That's a catchable ball. Oh, yeah, she does. Third baseman makes a nice play. Number 8 for the Sailors. McCarthy making a nice play.
That's a big play with a runner at second.
Yeah. Russell up to bat. 2 out, 1 on at second. We're at the top of the 4th. Sailors up 6-2. There's strike 1 at the new softball complex here on the campus.
She's sticking with that inside corner. It's been really effective.
Yeah, she sure has.
That call. You keep going there.
As long as they'll keep calling it, absolutely.
You go to the well till it comes up dry. Oh, there's a shot. It's going to.
Oh,
what
nice
a
play.
catch
Nice play.
by the left fielder. That's a great grab right there.
We'll take a look
That
at
is
that. on
Aaron
the-
That's
Johnson,
a replay
that-
one right
Yeah,
there.
the Lake
I
Michigan
tell you
Insurance
what, that's
Instant Replay.
Avery Johnson, great play.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Well,
Absolutely.
that saves a run and maybe a double at the same time. So at the end of 4.5.
3.5.
3.5, correct. Yep, 3.5 there. Sailors still up 6-2. Wow, this is good.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
Up for the Sailors to lead off the bottom of the fourth inning. Sailors are up 6-2 here at the softball complex on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School. Our first chance to see this great complex, having been shut down because of COVID last year. Little foul ball there.
Once again, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here from the John Vanderbilt Nexus Realty broadcast booth at the, like you had mentioned, from the Sailors soccer softball complex.
Yeah, a couple days ago, we were at the soccer complex and had a wonderful time there. Last night I had girls lacrosse. Tomorrow night I've got boys lacrosse.
You're a busy guy.
Yeah, I am.
You're a very busy guy. Nick is busy enough. He's looking into getting an agent.
And that's what I'm thinking right here.
Probably not going to be able to afford him next year.
I'm pricey.
Talk to his agent.
Talk to me, right, exactly.
Yeah, for us, our next broadcast will actually be on Monday, and it will be a broadcast for girls lacrosse.
Yeah, that's right.
First one for the girls lacrosse that we've done this season. So
had a chance to do their game last night, and I tell you what, a young group, but a good-looking group of girls out there strike out here to start the fourth inning. Maggie McCarthy making that great catch.
It was Avery Johnson making that catch.
Oh, was that Avery? Okay, yes. Avery Johnson making the catch, yeah. Like the helmets here. Like the little design that they got on the helmets this year.
Ooh,
inside pitch there. Sailors up 6-2. We're at the top. We're at the bottom of the fourth. Man, God, these games go quick.
You know, all that scoring in the first couple of innings, and both of these teams seem to have settled down on everything. Yep. So, again, like we thought.
That one might be...
No, it goes double into the fence. Yeah, stand-up double. She's going to try to bring it for three. It's a long throw, and she's safe. She slides underneath the tag for a nice triple for McCarthy.
So
Mettler up for the Sailors.
Taking a look at that on the instant replay. Very close. I'll tell you, if she'd have straightened it out a little bit, it would have towered a little bit, but if it had straightened out, it probably would have been out. She was able to turn that into a triple.
Sailors in scoring threat right here with a triple, 1 out, 1 strike. We're at the bottom of the fourth.
Well, here's a little strategy here at the plate. Maddie Mettler's a good hitter, but we're looking for a ground ball here. Yeah, you can get a pop fly in the outfield, maybe but your ball on the ground is going to be a run with 1 out. and we're just looking to put it in play, unless it goes back to the pitcher, obviously.
Sure.
But
So she's leaving on any hit at this point.
just
Still gotta
contact.
tag.
Yep, just contact.
Because a lot of times, and girls can hit the ball far, and they got that on their mind. But as a team member here, we got to get a ball in play.
Yep.
So that runner's got to score.
Walt Galkowski, just get contact. Just give me a good bat. And a good bat
quality
is
at bat is what it's
you're
called.
right,
yep.
right. A quality at bat is going to bring in a run.
Right. Waste her good pitch and look for your pitch.
So basically, you're saying I'm kind of like the Jim Nance, really, of Sailor Sports right here. Right,
Yeah, I mean,
no,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
You know, that's what I need to have right now. You know, Jim Nance has his place there at Pebble Beach. I've got mine over in Beechwood on the shores of Lake Michigan, for God's sakes. It's all good. But I got to have my own wine. Jim Nance has his own wine. I haven't gotten to that.
You whine a lot. Does that
Well,
count?
yeah. The Greeks just don't make good wine. It's like bottom of the barrel stuff. It's not good. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I mean, if you could
we
make
need to
wine
play
as much
here.
as you whine,
I'd be
I tell you
set,
what,
wouldn't
we
I?
would be all.
Well, let me get a hold of Jim Nance and see what he's got to say.
We got to get this run home.
Yep,
Come
yep.
on, Maddie.
Sure do. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out.
Lay off that up pitch, but she's good at throwing at the letters. Oh, way
Foul
to
ball
waste
there,
that.
a little check swing.
Figured out that's a nice curveball she throws there. It breaks away from the right-hander. It's a ball, but it sure looks good coming in.
And that's you've seen a couple of batters for Sailors chasing those down there.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, talking about pitchers right here now, is there an MHSA rule that a pitcher, you know, can pitch one game, then they have to sit out X amount of games?
There are no innings,
Foul ball.
no restrictions on girls.
Are there restrictions on boys?
Yes, and the throwing motion for softball is a lot less destructive to the shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, what will go typically on a softball pitcher, game 3, will be the legs. And so you work on a lot of lower body strength because you're driving so much with your lower body.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There
There's
we
a single.
go.
That's
There
going to be
we
that
go.
quality at bat, and it's going to be a single, drive in and
job,
run for the
Maddie.
Sailors. Exactly what Coach Crago was talking about right here, a quality at bat. Get a lumen on it. Let's get a little grounder. And it turns into a single. Not only a single, but it's going to bring in the 7th run of this ball game. That's a good bat.
Noah with the Lake Michigan Insurance Incident replay on that.
That's a hit.
Oh,
all the
yeah.
way.
Yeah, certainly. And a good quality at bat. Again, you know, even if it ended up being a ground out, you still scored that run.
Right.
So, good contact.
Foul ball.
Boy, I tell you, watching her basically cock that gun, you know that she goes for contact. It's going to be something.
And, you know, another special note on Savakul, there is no player in the history of my 20 years that has taken more BP than this young lady right here.
This girl right here.
And her
Savakul?
dad, let me tell you, bless him, because his arm might just fall right off.
There's a nice, it's a high fly, may drop in,
Tag.
both the left and right fielder.
Yeah,
And
now you gotta
no,
get there.
it's a
Get there,
single,
get there,
drops
get there,
in.
get there.
Yeah, she had to wait to see if they were going to catch it or not, and they dropped it. So that's going to be an error on the Vikings. Sailors have 1 out, 2 on.
So
I'm fanning out, Joe, is what I'm doing.
listen. So, you know, just behind the scenes here for anybody that's watching, Jason Krieger, we're talking about how much he's a fan of the game and he's getting into this. You do you. I mean, be a
Okay.
fan. I'll
Oh,
tell you
gosh,
what.
yes.
The only thing I would caution is, you know, make sure you don't get too crazy and start pulling wires and that
There you
kind of
go.
thing.
Gotcha.
That's the only thing I ask. If you want to
Gotcha.
start jumping up and down, we do the same thing.
Right.
It
Oh,
gets
gosh,
kind of
yeah.
crazy. So jump right in. Don't hold back.
Well,
You know.
especially our broadcast at
Walled Lake.
at Walled Lake
Man,
Western.
I'll tell you.
God, did we go nuts with that guy
I'll
that
tell
was
ya,
in front of us? That was funny.
The fans at home have something to see.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
what gets me,
The shot
good
is a little
drop
pop
in.
fly. It's going
That-
to.
That's a fair ball.
That's a fair ball. Bases are going to be loaded for the Sailors here in the bottom of the 4th. They've scored 1. The bases are juiced with.
obviously not you guys, but what throws me is the radio broadcasts I hear from basketball around the state. And they're saying, go, go, do it, oh, jump, and you don't know what's happening. It's on the radio. You have no idea what's going on there.
Yeah.
You know,
Bring up, inside pitch.
tried to take an RBI there in the thigh.
Yeah. Sailors up 7-2, having scored 1 here in the bottom of the 4th. The bases are loaded. 1 ball, no strikes on
Again,
Brayton.
put it in play. There we go.
There's a single.
Yep, make him throw home.
Yeah, that was not a clean.
Bobbled. I think she bobbled
Call
it.
it safe, yeah.
You're calling her safe.
She
Okay,
did.
I had to
She hit
wait
it.
for the delayed
he's
call
saying her
here.
foot wasn't on the base.
Yeah.
So you can't call a ball under control if you've got it trapped, correct? Like, so if the
Correct.
it can't be trapped. It's got to be
Correct.
in the glove, and there
Yes.
was that ball was trapped.
So it was down like
Yes.
this
Yeah,
versus
the ball was
yeah.
more trapped because she was bobbling it. It was coming up, so it wasn't a clean.
So Sailors are going to score their second run of the 4th inning, up 8-2. The bases are still loaded, and there is only 1 out. Good swing there by number 14, Gagan.
It looked like it had a little bit of rise to that one.
A little bit, and the pitcher will come around, and then those fingers will come under the ball and allow that rise to happen.
There's a shot. There's going to be
a tough play.
Gagan's going to drive in 1, but it's going to be an out. So she gets an RBI, brings in another run, the 3rd run of the inning.
Yeah, we must not get Hannah Gagan today. She might be injured, but no, the Gagan girls.
Both of them played?
Had a chance to throw to them as freshmen in BP, and I tell you, they've got a great eye at the plate. They're
what grade are the girls
in the game,
now?
10th grade.
Wow.
And they are some great players.
9-2. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. 2 out for the Vikings. Number 11 is up is Johnson. There's a nice pitch. Boss, what are we doing here?
I got to charge some batteries.
Yes, you do.
Double headers just kill my batteries.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs here at the complex, the softball complex on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores. Another foul ball on this absolutely picture-perfect spring day. And I say spring because it sure hasn't felt like spring for the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
When I wake up and I'm driving to work and it's 29, that doesn't tell me spring.
You know, I wanted to give you a little credit. I don't do that very often, so I know you're going to enjoy it if I give you credit.
You're going to give me credit? It's lucky I'm sitting down then, isn't it?
You are, yes.
Okay.
So the last time we broadcast was the soccer game, the girls'
Correct.
soccer game, and you said that you had called in a little bit of the request to the Greek gods to get sunny and 60 for this game, and I think you were pretty close.
I pretty doggone close. I left Holton today. It was 65 degrees.
Yeah, there you go.
So the gods are strong. They're strong. They're stubborn at times, but they are strong. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count here, 2 out. We're either going to bring in a run, we're going to walk, or we're going to call it an inning. And we are just going to, she catch it, we're going to call it an inning. There's going to be a strikeout. So at the end of 4, we're at the softball conference complex, our first time. Sailors are up 9-2. We're going to take a quick break. You can take one with us, but please make sure you come right back.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
Go ahead. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Hey,
Sure.
we want to welcome everybody. Got caught up in a conversation here. So, we were talking about pitchers in between, and obviously you got a pitcher, you got two pitchers. Boy, you're golden. If you don't have a pitcher, you're going to be in a world of hurt, bottom line, okay? So you always try to find your ace, but your youth league, do you have feeder programs that come up to the high school at middle school youth level?
Yep, we do. We started, basically started when I came on to make sure that all girls, the youth leagues were playing fast pitch. And at that time, they had some slow pitch leagues. And I kind of confronted some of the league people and said, look, the boys don't have another way of playing. This is what they play at the high school level. This is what they should be playing from the very young ages. And it's difficult at age 8 or 9, especially, parents who have sat through it, to get a girl to stand out there and throw. But the ones that really dedicate themselves to it, Kristen's been throwing probably since she's 7 or 8 years old. They have to work at it, and it's a lonely place out there in that circle when things aren't going well.
Oh yeah.
It's tough sometimes to get the girls to work through it. And but no, the pitching development is huge, and it's the cornerstone, because if you don't have somebody who's consistent on the mound, it makes all the other positions just that much more difficult to play.
And the reason I ask that, you take, Chris Sugan over at Muskegon, who, God bless him, he's inherited a tough program over there, trying to get the girls, playing multi-sports, and he's done a good job, but I don't think they have the developmental programs like you guys, and that's so imperative, like Matt with football. They've got lower-level wrestling as well to help. And hockey. It's tough.
Right.
And Chris does a great guy, and I love him dearly, but he's got to fight certain battles in order to be competitive.
Right. Well, we played Muskegon for years, and they've struggled to get a team on the field, and it's difficult to tell high school girls, hey, come on out, it's really fun. You're going to get, destroyed.
Right,
but, come out, and they were really good sports about it. Our girls were good sports, and of course in other sports that's a little different. But no, it's not there's not a big youth movement in the intercity Muskegon, and of course there is here in Shores, Reese Puffer, Fruitport, Spring Lake, Oak Ridge obviously is the team to beat here in our area this year.
Who is?
Oak Ridge is phenomenal.
Oh, are they really?
And they're young as well.
Yeah.
But, man, they've got a great squad.
Who's their coach this year?
I don't know her name. She took over for Joe Coletta.
Right, exactly. And Coletta had been there a long time.
Yep, he'd been there, I think, 12 years.
Yeah.
Good buddy of mine. And
a lot of longevity with you guys.
Yep, we had a lot of great battles with them. And,
sure.
But again, a lot of these girls, especially with Whitehall here being close, they play with and against each other all summer long.
Oh, okay.
They travel all over the state of Michigan, some all over the Midwest. I know our second baseman here, Brooklyn Graham's on a different travel team. Elizabeth, the shortstop, plays in the summertime with a lot of the Oak Ridge girls.
All right, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Little single to the first base you can run over, and that's going to be the 3rd out. So 1, 2, 3 inning here.
So little fundamentals on that play right there. Yeah. That ball has so much English on it.
Yeah, it does.
And you teach your infielders to use 2 hands there, because that could easily squirt away and get away from you.
Hey, Jason, I got a question for you then. And can we stay here, boss?
Yep.
All right. So you talk about off-season conditioning training, and most of these girls play summer league, right? Can Mona Shores girls softball form their own summer league and continue playing as a complete unit?
Sure.
I know a lot of the high school teams do through Dan Vandermeide, that league that he's involved in. Yeah,
okay,
there's
that's
a lot
good
of them
to know.
They're loosely associated with the school. They're not officially associated, but they try to keep those units together to do exactly that.
Oh, I think it would be huge if you can do that.
We played last year when they canceled our season. We were allowed.
Dan, we talked to Dan about that.
Yeah,
You're right.
by June, Dan had put together a nice little season for our girls.
Right.
And the restrictions had lifted a little bit where we could have, non-MHSA sanctioned games, and so our seniors got to play. 4 or 5 doubleheaders against Fruitport, against Reese Puffer, and the girls that they would have played during the regular season.
Yeah, I got you. All right. So we're going to take a quick 30-second break now.
No, we're going to stay right here.
We're going to stay right here? All righty.
We'll stay right here.
I got waved off.
So
my
another
mouth.
question I have for you, as far as pitching mechanics. Now, obviously, you can coach what to do with pitching mechanics. Do you allow a girl to kind of find what those pitching mechanics might be and then work off of that?
Yes,
Is that how it works?
You know, I think I could probably think a little bit about what Walt would say. There are some absolutes. There are some mechanics as far as where their center of gravity should be. They're driving off their back foot. I always looked at it as like 6 or 7 absolutes that have to be there. Same thing in hitting. But then there's style. And so depending on a girl's athletic ability, depending on her flexibility, there's some style things that, you know, I look at Martin for Whitehall. I don't think she's traditionally styled, but she's a great athlete. And she's learned to really put some zip on the ball. Looks like we got another pitcher here, though, I think, for Whitehall. Is that right, or is this?
That does look like a...
I think it's a different pitcher.
Yep.
Yeah, because Martin, I think, is over at first base.
This is number 16, McKenna Russell. Out to bat for the Sailors, number 6 here, Hilland.
So, yeah, and to answer your question, it's been a difficult thing for me in my career to have some type of clinic where, you know, we had some younger clinics where we would show them the basics of going up to the rubber and how to present the ball. And oh, man. You gotta
Well,
yell
that was
at.
close.
Yes, very close.
Traditionally, Jason, in the old OK Black and, you know, previous to the green, how competitive were you guys in the
Well,
concept?
when I started here, we were in the OK Red, which was every large A school.
Yeah.
And I tell you,
Rockford,
we
yeah.
got our butts handed to us for sure the first couple of years. In fact, I don't think we won a conference game until my 3rd year.
Okay.
And we were somewhat competitive before we were out of the OK Red.
Yeah, but football was like that. Most of the programs were like that because they were twice the size. And, you know,
and
we
we got into the, I don't know what OK it was, but the team that was our rival was Unity Christian. And they handed it to us a couple years, and we finally reached a peak. Megan Decker, I think, was a junior.
Oh, there's a shot to the third baseman. Well played by her.
And we beat Unity Christian 2-1 at their place, and that was really, you know, a long uphill climb that we had for 5, 6, 7 years, where we could compete with the best around. And you know, since that point, they've been relatively competitive. I mean, we've had
Spaniola up for the
a lot of
Sailors.
winning seasons.
You see that with any developing program like that. Obviously, you know, you look at lacrosse. You know, it's taken a few years for them to kind of get the players involved in the feeder programs and start early, so that when they finally get up to this level, you've got that talent to be able to start working and playing against those Unity Christians.
And I could have predicted that with lacrosse, not just from the interest of the players, but in the wintertime, the last couple of years, when we would do workouts in the Hanishin, we'd have our little hitting cage, but the lacrosse coach was doing his workouts in the gym.
Really?
And I tell you, I forget his name, but I'm telling you, he had his stuff together. You could tell just how he's running a practice, you know, his expectations. I don't think they won a game the first year, but that did not keep him from building that program. He does a heck of a job.
Oh, they're a joy to watch this year. I mean, they're athletic and they're tough, and they got speed.
Yeah.
You know, it's really good. We have 2 outs here. 1 ball, no strikes here. Sailors up 9-2.
We mentioned, you know, the Vikings are definitely not going away. They're very poised, and they've had some bounced balls go against them. But their third base player there is, I didn't realize it, is actually the daughter of a girl I went to school with here at Mona Shores.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yep. Went to school with her mother, Jennifer.
Look at you.
Graduated class of '93 here at Mona Shores.
All right.
Class of 93. Mere 16 years after I did. Dear Lord. 18 years, my goodness.
You graduated in 1974?
75.
75?
Yeah, from Muskegon.
I was 1.
Yeah, I was 19. You're
a historian. You're a historian.
Oh, dear God. And I got my Medicare supplemental for it. Oh.
Well, we'd like to thank everybody for
Yes,
joining us
we
here
do.
at the John Vandervelde Nexus Realty Broadcast Historian booth.
So, yep. Oh, there's a strike. You thought it was going to
Wow.
ball. So it's 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count here.
Very close.
Bottom of the 5th, Sailors up 9-2.
It looked from my aspect, I could see the outside corner of that plate. It looked like it was to the outside, but doesn't matter now.
You better be swinging.
Yes, we are. Hot shot down to 3rd. It's going to be a long throw over the first
Take it.
baseman's head. She's going to stay at first. Throwing error by the Vikings.
Catcher number 10, Maddie Mettler.
Maddie Mettler up to bat for your Sailors. 2 outs here. Bottom of the 5th. Sailors up 9-2. Mettler up to bat. Getting a signal there from the coach.
Signals.
The signals, yeah.
Are they similar, like what you'd find in baseball? I mean, obviously different.
Signals from the third base coach?
From any coach. You know, if you're
Well, I think Sydney's going a different route. I think this is an up-and-coming theme. You'll see girls with wristbands that have numbers. They have different charts on there, different pitches.
Oh, yeah.
So she's going with numbers on a wristband that all the girls have.
okay.
I had traditional signals, indicators we'd use. But those are key, because in certain situations in a game, you got one chance in a 1-0 game, like we got a runner on second here. We have to get a bunt down, or we're going to steal. It's got to be, caught. So
Is the coach wearing a wristband as well?
she's got something on her wrist there. I think it's
that's
their
her mask.
Oh, that's her
Is
mask.
that
Okay,
a-
so
yeah,
she must.
I thought it was a wristband, but I think you're right, Joe.
Yeah, I saw her
But would
earlier.
she be wearing a wristband as well, and then looking to see what she wants
Correct.
to signal in?
I think she knows
Well, there's a
it
little
might
thought
get over.
that might be
That might get over.
Said.
Oh, watch
Yeah,
out! We
it's
need a
gonna bring
warning
in
track
one.
going.
The batter's going to go down with a stand-up double. So the Sailors have scored 1 here at the bottom of the 5th, making it 10-2.
I give a little backstory here on Maddie Mettler, our senior. We had a brand new scoreboard put in. Dan Vandermine, worked with Meyer, and this is now a new scoreboard. It's a version of the old one, but it was Maddie's freshman year, and I think her second game, maybe her first at bat, second game, just hit a rope and put an absolute dent by the word out. And she rounded second base, and there she came over to me at third with a home run, and I'm sorry, Coach. I'm sorry. I'm like, no. I said, that's a target, Maddie. You absolutely. We'll place the light bulbs all you want.
No different than a bounty on that camera.
Oh, there you go.
Savakul up to bat. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs on the Sailors here. Vikings trying to get out of a little pinch here. Got a runner at second. Oh, nice pitch. Safe.
And
Stolen
so,
base.
2 sides of the coin here. You're on offense. 2 out runs are so big because they're 1 pitch away. And then if you're on defense and you're the coach here, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
two out hits just are daggers.
They are.
And you're 1 pitch away from getting out. So this is a great showdown here.
And not only that, that's a dagger. You got a young lady at third that a little singles automatic run.
And you have one of your best hitters up here now.
Yeah.
Again, I'm thinking for Whitehall, but first base is a great place to put Savakul. Not that we wanted to do that.
I mean, because you got to force it second and first to
Right.
get out of the inning. So, strike zone. Is it similar to?
It is similar. It depends obviously on the height of the player, but yeah, it's the same zone. It's your letters down to your knees.
The plate's the same size as
Right.
baseball? The home plate?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
play.
There
Didn't
you
quite
go.
get it. Didn't quite get it.
And that's going to be an out. Run's not going to count. So the Sailors score 1 here at the bottom of the 5th. They're going to be up 10-2 with Vikings coming back at the top of the 6th. We're going to take a 1-minute break. You can take it with us, and we will see you right back. welcome everyone back. I hope you had a good 1-minute break, had a chance to talk to Jason a little bit, some things. Noah Kanukin, Joe Kanukin, the proud father. Kim Akota's the best in the business. He's outside on top of the crow's nest here. I'm Nick Davers. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast here from the complex, the softball complex on a beautiful campus of Mona Shores, and literally beautiful. I mean, it is a robin's egg blue sky, not a cloud in there. It's absolutely beautiful, my friend.
This is what softball was made for.
Wind coming out of the southwest, warmer weather. The gods have told me we're going to be nowhere in the 50s. We're going to be 60 or above the rest of the weekend and all next week. So it's going to be good. Get outside when you can get a chance. We're going to be here. Got a few more broadcasts left, don't we, Joseph?
We do, yep. We do. I got to look back at the schedule, but I do know that we have the
I think the last sporting event is next Monday, you said?
It should be girls lacrosse, I believe, is the last one that we have.
I'm announced that. And girls lacrosse on Tuesday, I had a chance to do it.
What a rip.
Just
We'll take that.
Goes a few inches left of that foul line, so it's going to be a foul ball.
Be a long strike, too.
2 balls, 2 strikes here, top of the 6th inning.
You mentioned that strike zone, Joe. In girls softball, the changeup is so pronounced, it does matter where it crosses home plate. So the catcher can literally get it in the dirt, and it can be a strike based on the arc of that pitch.
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah, they really can flop it in there.
Pop fly here.
Tough one. That's going to be a tough one.
It's going to bloop in between the second baseman and right and center fielder for a little bloop single. So you never got tossed out of the game.
No.
Did you get close?
No, I don't. I mean, you'd have to ask an umpire that. Maybe I was close.
Were you a little verbal at times, though, Jason?
I think it's just about the call that's made. I'm never going to carry on, and we talk about sportsmanship with our players, and absolutely would not tolerate any players saying anything to an umpire. That's my job, and really these guys and ladies are out there giving their time.
Sure.
And once I started officiating basketball, you get a better appreciation for, you do miss calls. You do have bang plays, and usually it's a spur of the moment thing, and you just move on. My thought is that the people that chirp at umps the entire time, I should be watching my players. There's something that I'm missing here in coaching my team if I'm focusing too much on the officiating.
Right, exactly. Good call.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Did you ever ref, umpire, or anything like that?
No, Welleye.
You're right. They're not done. Nice play by Savic.
No, I never have Welleye. I don't know if I'd have the patience to do it, number one. And I'm afraid if some coach started spouting off to me.
You would be able to keep your mouth
I'd be
shut,
going right back at him.
So go back to that play at the shortstop there. It may not have resulted in an out, but it certainly did stop that additional potential base.
Correct.
So it's a great snag.
So first and second for the Vikings, nobody out. 10-2. Sailors are up. We're in the bottom of the bottom of the 6th?
Top of the 6th. Yep.
Top of the 6th inning here. Little rally going here for the Vikings of Whitehall.
Noah is somebody that understands what chirping is going to be. That was a nice pitch on the outside.
Fill us in some more on young Noah here.
Noah did several years of reffing soccer.
Really?
Rec soccer.
Good for him.
And, boy, I tell you what, you would be amazed at how many parents go off.
Oh, yeah.
They act like it's the World Cup out there.
Yeah, they absolutely act like it's the World Cup.
I can tell you, in watching the increase in travel ball, and we've played a couple places in Grand Rapids, and the travel dads are just all on their spot right along the baseline, and they've seen so much softball, they've invested so much money, and they really feel it's their right to be able to spout off and yell things. And I was glad that my dad, in all the years I played sports, just sat there and watched.
Yeah. Your dad was quiet.
My parents were the same way. My parents were the same way.
So
it's their experience. It shouldn't be our experience. And no, I get that. You get emotional. It's your kid. Now that I'm a parent, I understand that. When it's your kid, it definitely does tug at you a little bit.
I got thrown out of a middle school baseball game as a catcher.
You did?
As a catcher, yeah. I regret it. I shouldn't have said it.
Well, that's going to be local news right now. Kanukin tossed out of the game in middle school.
No, it was really very. It was a poorly called.
Oh, you're saying that
It
now.
was a
back
poorly
in the day.
called.
Yeah,
No,
stop.
no,
I want to
listen,
apologize to everybody.
the unfortunate
man.
thing
I
is
know
I was
really
I
wrong.
was
Stop
taking
it, Joe.
I was taking
Stop,
lead.
man. You just ripped them on purpose.
I was
know it.
taking the lead of my coach at the time, and they were not happy with the officials.
Mm-hmm.
And I absolutely felt that way, that they was. So I just asked the umpire behind the plate which one of his kids were out there playing, and I got thrown out. I don't know why that was.
Excuse me, Mr. I'd like to know which one of your
So
children.
which one's your kid?
Yeah, how did you say it, Joe? Come on now.
I did. I said, so which one's your kid?
Mm-hmm.
And he threw me out.
Pitch. Get
Excuse
that
me,
out. Get that out, Manny Miller.
Get that right out. Got the
There we
runner.
go.
Okay.
I was going to
so-
say earlier, you're up 10-2. We already had one out, but when you're up 10-2, that first out is an out and a half.
Oh,
Because
sure.
and you're just thinking, okay, we can't allow a rally here. We you know
Right.
that first out is crucial. Now we got 2 outs. We'll make a play. And I tell my girls here, those 2 runners aren't there. Tell your outfielders they're not there right
that
now.
doesn't matter. Your
It
plays
doesn't
at
matter.
first.
Your plays at first.
Right. So 2 outs, 2 on. Vikings in rally mode right here, down 10-2. We're at the top of the 6th inning here at the complex. The softball world here at Mona Shores. Oh, that might bring one in. No, they're going to keep her there.
Probably a good call. She didn't have a good takeoff.
Jason, how many assistants did you have? So you were the head. Your dad was an assistant. Did you
Yes.
have anybody else?
Oh, through the years, yes. Ken Rose is my assistant. Sidney Tharp, our current head coach,
Oh, yeah.
assisted 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. Oh, that's
hey,
off her foot.
That's an out. And make sure she's okay. That's a great assist by the pitcher. We'll take
Yeah.
that every day. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, she looks like she's all right. So
Wow. The ball could
Yeah.
bounce anywhere there, and it bounced just
Yeah.
perfect.
did see anything? Did you get an instant replay on that at all?
Wow, that was a line shot
Yeah,
to
and
her, though. Got on the
it
bottom
almost
of the shoe
sounded
right
like
there.
it hit the bottom of the shoe. 'Cause you
Yeah.
have that plastic part
Oh,
of
wow.
because I heard the snap almost like it was hitting something
Yeah.
solid. So
It looked like the shin from where we were, but
Yeah, right.
and
That's what I thought.
It doesn't appear that she has any ailments from it.
No,
So
no, she jogged right off. So the
my shin
Sailors
hurt just by
do
watching
not
it. So.
do not give up a run when they were threatening maybe to give up 1, maybe 2 runs in that inning. But we are at the bottom of the 6th inning. Sailors are up 10-2.
So, yeah, I had Ken Rose. I had Mark Savakul, who is now the assistant coach with Sydney. Through the years, you've just had so many people.
Sure.
The problem with this season, spring sports, is the coaching is set up for either teachers or retired people. And the problem you have with assistants is, yes, they're paid. Well, actually, for years, we didn't have an assistant that was paid.
Oh.
And when Ryan Portiga came in and changed that around a little bit, and we
Yeah.
are allowed to pay an assistant. But still, you're trying to get home from work. You're trying to get, you got to take time off. And so it's been difficult. I've had numerous previous players that come back. Dana Briggs came back and assisted with me. So, yeah, it's trying to find, because you can't do it by yourself, especially in a practice.
Oh, no.
There's too many things going on. And
How long do your practices run, Jason?
I don't know what Sydney does now. I was always 3:15 to 5. So the girls were running and stretching by 3:15. I never kept them more than an hour and a half because they're busy. And
Homework, everything else, yeah.
and again,
We're 3:15 to 5:30 for football.
if you
Yeah,
can't
you
get
can't
it done
get-
in that time, then you need to organize yourself a little better because
Well, you remember the old days at Muskegon with Dave Taylor, boy.
turn the
back-
lights on, right?
Turn the lights on. We
Oh,
would turn
my
the lights on
goodness.
at Hackley Stadium, and he'd go out there, and I'd be on with my JV team over at Hackley, and it didn't matter.
No.
But those are back in the times are so changed right now.
And
So, go ahead.
this season always is lucky with prom. You have AP tests.
Yeah.
You have graduation. We've dealt
That's
with that
tough.
over the years. Pre-districts was always on graduation night, which was, we had to hopefully win quick and then send the seniors off to graduation. But yeah, it's a unique time. It gets warmer. That's a good thing.
That is. Graham up to bat for the Sailors up here, 10-2. There's a strike and a nice little
It's a
pitch.
very interesting stance. Her left foot is
Yep.
very, very far up in that far
She's open.
left corner.
And,
Very
and
open
you want to
stance.
watch where that goes as the pitcher lets go of the ball.
She must step forward into it.
She does have either stays there.
Oh, yeah, look at
She
it.
has to cover the outside part of the plate. So
Okay, so she moves in there. Oh, there's her shot down the third base line. Long throw.
Nice
Just
play
gets
there.
her out by a couple steps. Well, that was a nice play by the third baseman.
We talked earlier about absolutes. So that foot out there to the left is a style thing. When her front foot hits, when the pitcher lets go of the ball, she's where all good hitters have to be.
Yep.
Right. So she's square to the pitcher. So it's a style thing, and she's a good hitter.
Now, by style, what? It looks good, or
no,
it's comfortable?
It's what's comfortable to
the
rhythm.
It's comfortable for her.
It's a trigger.
Okay. Yep.
Notice how the hands keep moving.
Yeah.
Nice
There's a little bloop single right there over the shortstop's head. Yeah, her left foot was up and around, moving around a little bit. Up to bat for the Sailors, number 14, Gagan. Mia Gagan, the first baseman.
Good hitters have some way of triggering, whether it's the hands, whether it's the feet. They typically will be, you see that bat waggle there?
Yeah.
They typically stay in motion. You never want to be a statue.
Really?
No, you don't want to stand there a statue and be without any movement. You want to stay fluid.
Interesting. Yeah, she's fluid, all right.
Yeah, he's moving that bat, and that should trigger. Yep.
Pitch is high and outside. 2 balls, no correction. 1-1 to count here. 1 out.
Well, Mia's got a great eye at the plate. I'll tell you, she will only swing at strikes. Good eye.
Down low.
Change.
2 balls, 1 strike. Sailors up 10-2. We're in the bottom of the 6th.
And that hitter's trying to establish that rhythm, and the pitcher's trying to break it. That's a cat and mouse during the whole.
Really?
Oh, the pitcher's trying to move those speeds around to change that rhythm.
There's a little shot there to the second baseman. Looks to second. Throws out Gagan at first.
And that was a good choice by the second
Yep.
baseman because of the fact that, again, that timer in there going
internal
off.
Timer.
You're going to have that play at second to be able to take it.
Right.
And going to first was obvious. It was an obvious choice. But for the Sailors, they put one in scoring position now.
So 2 out here, bottom of the 6th.
Ooh.
Inside pitch for a strike. Your batter is number 11, Johnson.
And she chased one inside there just a little bit.
Johnson looking at the coach for the signal now. At third base, the head coach. Former player of Coach Craigo. Oh, out a little early on that one again, too. Johnson with an 0-2 count here. 2 out, bottom of the 6th. Game number 1 of 2. Slow roller. Long throw.
They got the other pitcher at shortstop. Boy, she's fluid.
Yeah.
Nice play.
She did a nice job. So that's 3 outs for the Sailors. Vikings coming to bat up in the 7th. Down by 8. They're going to have to make a big rally if they want to have a chance to maybe pull this one out.
We'll take a break. Be right back.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 300,000 participants here in Michigan who take part in high school sports.
Want to welcome everyone back. Top of the 7th inning here. Softball world here, long throw.
What a
Beautiful
play
play.
by
What a nice
Maggie
play.
McCarthy.
The backhanded stab, the long throw over to first base to get her out. One down here at the top of the seventh. Sailors up 10-2.
Great instant replay there. Lake Michigan Insurance instant replay on that. Nice little backhand grab.
Yeah. There
Right
wasn't
down
a
the line.
dive there, but anybody that's played the game, that is a tough play to make. Shorthand or short hop backhand.
One pitch, one out. Sailors trying to close out this game and win the first one of two.
As we said, that's 1.5 outs.
Yep.
On
Sure
top
is.
of 7 right there.
Yep.
Great play.
Sailors pretty dominant
There's a strike.
offensively in this game, but you know, Whitehall has made them work each time they've been up to bat.
Koenig up the bat for the Vikings. There's another strike outside
Tell you
corner for
what.
2 down.
Boy, I tell you what, taking care of business here in
Yeah.
the top of the 7th.
2 up, 2 down. One more to go, and then we'll have about 15, 20-minute break, Coach Crago said, the former head coach, the 20-year veteran. It'll pop up,
That's a toughie.
and it's
Liz
going to
has
be, and
got
that's
it.
going to
There it
be the
is.
end of game number 1. So
Here we
the
go.
Sailors rally from being 2 down in the first inning to pull away with a 10-2 victory. So, Coach Crago, your thoughts on game number 1?
Well, I thought the Sailors definitely held on there. You take a 2-0 deficit there in the first, but I tell you, they never panic because they can swing the bat. They know that. Thought Kristen did a great job on the mound, hitting those corners. The umpire was really giving those corners, and she utilized them. And we made some great defensive plays in that game, too. You have to make outs when they give them to you, and we had a little shutdown defense going.
Joe, your thoughts?
Just a solid game of softball, honestly, and as mentioned, as Coach Crago had mentioned, no panic at that 2-0. Really, it looked like Whitehall was going to be here slamming the ball all day long. And game 2 might be a completely different story, but both of these teams are very capable. You can tell by their players. The bounces went in the Sailors' corner this time. Obviously, they found a lot of green out there. The ball was able to drop in. They were able to string together those base hits, get some really good smacks of the ball, and got one out of the park off the left center field as well.
So we've come to the end of one for Kimmin, Joe, Noah, Jason, myself. We hope you enjoyed this telecast. Hey, we're going to give you about 15, 20 minutes, get a little break. If you are cooking any dinner, we're at Mona Shores. Feel free to bring some up to us. We're really not fussy about what you want to bring up. As long as it's well cooked, I know it'll be delicious. So we are on Seminole right here, the corner of Seminole and Henry. Bring up the food, and we'll be glad to eat it. So you guys can take a quick break, and we'll see you in 15 to 20 minutes.
The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several students-athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor. Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
Want to welcome everyone back. Hope you had a good break in between games. It is the second game of the doubleheader here at Mona Shores. Sailors winning the first game 10-2. And Joseph, we had a lot of loves and goodbyes to your son. He's going to go home and rest a little bit.
He is, yeah.
The old boy's up at 4:30 in the morning. Oh, dear Lord, God, give me strength. Oh,
but it was great to have him. He didn't know if he was going to make it up today, and he said it worked out well for him to make it, so I was glad to.
So Kim and Codis is back in the crow's nest outside. Joseph is next to me. I'm Nick Davros, and we are blessed to have Jason Crago, former head basketball, kind of fun. I'm a first softball coach here at Mona Shores. Welcome, Coach Crago.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. This has been a lot of fun.
So, between games 1 and 2 now, Jason, what do you talk about in between games to your team?
You know, there's not a whole lot to talk about. We usually meet and say, hey, let's take 15 minutes, get a break, use the bathroom, get something to eat. I'm a little bit more anxious about getting the second one started just because of maybe weather or anything. We want to get back on the field. But, no, you wait till the final game to really go over some things. And really you're making your practice plan for the next day. That's win or lose. You're working on stuff. You're writing. Your assistants are usually writing down a list of, hey, here's what we have to work on tomorrow in practice. That's what you should be doing.
Okay, now, because it was, in essence, an 8-run win, is that considered a significant win? You don't worry about it versus a 2-1 or a 4-3 game? Is that a difference in talking in between games based on, whether you won and you lost?
It's really more about how you play the game. I know that's an old adage. People say it's not how you win or lose, but how you play the game.
Yeah.
The score is going to take care of itself. You need to take care of what it is you have to do. Shores had a lot of good at-bats in that game to pull ahead, but whole new ball game here.
All right, there's the number 28 up the bat for Whitehall. That's Taylor. She's going to get a nice single to start off the top of the first inning here at the compound of Sailors softball on the campus of Mona Shores High School on an absolutely picture-perfect day here. It's late. I think we're into the evening hours right now. 6:44. We're pushing 6:45 here. Number 10, Dempsey. So, Jason, we're going to go with a different pitcher here. Number 14 is pitching for us here.
Yeah, Mia Gagan is a left-hander, a sophomore. She has a natural tail to her ball. She will throw what looks to be an outside ball, and there it is.
Yeah.
It just kind of fades back over the plate. She has a nice change-up and getting better as the year goes on. The three pitchers for Shores here are all 10th graders.
Wow.
And they're learning as they go, but are really doing well. Nice change up there.
Boy.
Wicked change up.
Well, take a look on that Lake Michigan Insurance Instant Replay, and I'll tell you what, that game, that just faded down, and it was no touch.
Last Saturday we had Walt Galkowski, the Hall of Fame coach, and Jason Crago, now the soon-to-be Hall of Fame coach. And we were talking about left-handed pitchers versus right-handed pitchers and how the ball tails off a little bit. A totally different look with left-handers versus right-handers.
Yeah.
What about in softball?
In softball, there's not that same advantage there is in baseball because of the pitches being let go from the hip.
Whether you're right-handed or left-handed.
Yes, and so you're basically focusing on the hip. It is a little bit different to get used to as a hitter, but no, not like it would be in baseball because there's so much of a wide angle on the mound of that left arm. Typically, I think they think right-handed hitters get to see the ball better off a left-handed. I don't think that's the case in softball.
Okay.
Well, Mia's changing speeds really well here early on.
So in baseball, it's a big advantage if you're left-handed. If you have some left-handed pitching. So
absolutely.
it's not that big of an advantage here with softball.
That
you know of, Jason, that you've seen in your years of coaching.
There's girls that can pitch and some that just can't. But left-handed, right-handed, it's really about the athlete in the mound and how they can spin that ball.
Yeah, we were talking. Are pitchers made or are pitchers born?
I think they're made at softball. I think good advice when I first started. Jerry Hogue was the Hall of Fame coach in Jenison. He had a number of state titles. And, of course, they would beat us in 3 innings. And he said to me, you're getting started, and what you want to do is go down to the 3rd and 4th grade level, find the best athlete you can see in the gym, and tell him, man, you'd make one heck of a pitcher.
Seriously?
And just tell him, feed it to him.
Yeah.
Because that athlete, how their body control, their coordination, it makes all the difference when you get in that circle.
Wow. Yeah. And that's why we asked him up here. Yeah. That's exactly why we asked him up here.
During the break, Jason, we were talking about how awesome it is truly to have you up here.
Yeah.
Now thank you very much. There's a hit by a pitch and she swung. So
Yep.
I mean, that's that tailing action that.
I was just going to say her last 2 pitches. The first one she didn't get the batter to bite, but this one she did. It was that tailing pitch to the inside, and it was just beautiful.
Right.
Kylie Martin up to bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a strike.
I guess I never thought about it that way, but there is an advantage to being a lefty if most of the lineup is a right-handed hitter, because you can throw what appears to be a ball. Typically in fast pitch, you're going to see girls that throw out of the chute, that ball's a strike, and they'll make it go up or down, but a lefty can make that ball break in over the plate.
Wow. All right, there's going to be over to the second baseman. Looks to second base, and there's 3 outs.
Quick 3 up.
So at the end of a half inning, it's Whitehall 0, Sailors coming back. We're going to be back with you in just a minute.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231.
Now that was 40 feet.
Okay.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
Want to welcome everyone back. We're beginning the bottom of the first inning here. Sailors gave up 0 to the Vikings at their first at bat. To begin the bottom of the first inning is going to be number 8 McCarthy leading it off for the Sailors. Sailors won game number 1 10-2. Fairly comfortable action, a score after being down 2-0 to start off the game. So nice rally.
And as Coach Crago had pointed out during the doubleheader, they switched. So now the Vikings are the home team. So you'll notice them bottoming in the bottom of each one of the innings. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that is
because it's a non-conference.
Oh, so it's non-conference. Okay.
Right.
Yep. So
Conference
everybody stays the same then.
Correct.
So Sailors are still home. Okay.
And the difference, too, with boys is the conference, they play 3 times. We don't do that, so they play 1 doubleheader, and that's it. So.
Oh, really?
Yes,
wow.
Against each team. The boys, because of the pitching rules, they want to play that 3rd game so that the team with the deepest pitching staff is the one that wins the conference.
Okay. All right. 1 strike to McCarthy, leading off the bottom here of the first inning. Sailor Softball Complex, the new first year that it is seeing action, post-COVID somewhat. Foul ball, it's going to bring up an 0-2 count on McCarthy.
Well, I really like this young player. She is just a bundle of energy. She was playing center field. She's played first base. She's played third base. You watch her come out of the dugout. You know, between innings, she sprints a la Sammy Sosa back in the day.
Yeah.
Sprints out to her position. She's just a fun kid to watch.
I was looking at the batting order because I was going to ask you, do you change your batting order at all? And it really isn't changed much really at all.
No.
How much is there any strategy to changing your batting order based upon a certain pitcher that you might be facing?
I don't know about a certain pitcher. You typically have, your leadoff batter is somebody with a really good eye that, and in a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, we had some left-handers that could just fly down the line, and we would of course lead them off. Typically your best hitter you want batting second or third. The years we faced Driesinga and Hudsonville, nice
There's a
rip
shot.
there.
Oh, just goes foul.
She was
over
one of the
that
most
third baseline.
impressive players I've seen. Went to University of Michigan on a full ride, and
Who's this?
Sarah Driesinga.
Oh, yeah.
And she was 6'2", and she led off every game. And their coach said, well, the more time she can get up, she had 30, 40 home runs in her career.
God.
So the more time she gets up to the plate, the better off we are.
Right,
But,
yeah.
Yeah, as far as facing a certain pitcher, I don't know if I would change necessarily my best hitters.
You do see that a little bit in baseball, where if they know the starting pitcher is going to be a left-hander, you will kind of do that kind of reorganization kind of a thing. I didn't know if the same thing existed in softball.
I think they have one. Me is the only lefty. That's strike 3.
Outside corner on that. Jason, what's the deepest run you made in your postseason?
Well, we've been to regionals. We never made it past regionals. 2012, the current coach, Sydney Tharp, her squad, nice play there.
Nice backhand.
Oh, and she did not make it.
No, she had to jump off, and that right foot just couldn't get down fast enough to put the out on, so it's going to be. Now, is that considered an error on the throw?
That's an error on the throw.
That's an error on the throw.
Drew her off the bag.
Yep.
And we just watched the instant replay, and she actually did have her foot off the bag. It was kind of bang-bang, but good call by the umpire.
Yeah. So 2012, let's go back.
2012, we beat Rockford in the first round of regionals, and then faced Hudsonville in the finals, and had a senior-laden team, very experienced, and we battled Hudsonville. We were up 1-0 going into the top of the 7th. We were the home team. Hudsonville got 2 runs in the top of the 7th, and we failed to score in the bottom. So we lost 2-1, and Hudsonville went on to win the state title that year. And so it was,
So you guys would play those schools that were twice your size in softball? I mean, the breakdown wasn't.
Yeah, Hudsonville's more our size, though. They're a little bigger than us, but not much. They might be getting bigger now. But we were all, a small A school. That's what Mona Shores was. So yes, we play East Kentwood, Grand Haven. Jennison's a powerhouse in softball too. That might be gone. Miss Sabacool.
There's a home run.
Take a look at that on the Lake Michigan Insurance Instant Replay. Right down the middle, started to drop a little bit, but very much a home run.
And just thinking about the game, and one of the things we always had as our motto was every pitch counts. It doesn't matter if it's the 1st or 7th inning. Right there you've got an error that would have ended the inning, and instead ended up costing the Vikings 2 runs there. Actually, no, it wouldn't have ended the inning. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Would have been 1 less run, though.
Would have been 1 less run.
Yeah, would have been right.
And when you end up losing by 1 run.
Right. And so you get down to the end of a game and somebody strikes out to end the game and they feel terrible. Well, it wasn't decided on that pitch. There were plenty of opportunities during the game to make it happen.
Yeah, looking at the OK schools, how you were talking, Jennison is the smallest now out of the red at 1471. The biggest is East Kentwood, 2600.
Wow.
And Rockford's at 2400. And Hudsonville's, and big schools.
The issue that we've always had at Mona Shores, and we're just not to the size of those mega schools, where at Rockford, you don't have to give up a great soccer team to have a good softball team.
No, you're right, yeah.
And I'm not saying that that's the case here. It's gone back and forth, but, I used to joke with my assistant coaches, if the soccer team won, we were going to face a tough opponent then.
Yeah.
So, the schools that we played, the girls would migrate to those
from one or the other.
Right.
Yep.
So if the soccer team blew them out, we were about to have a tough one, and vice versa.
Yeah,
Interesting how that works out.
Yeah, and
right.
It's funny that you say, and let's just use Rockford. They have 1,200 girls to pick
Right.
from.
So
we have 1,200 kids in the whole school.
That would not work with my scenario because they'd beat our soccer team and our softball team. So they have enough girls to go around.
Oh, she just got back. Now that's one of the times you were talking about a double play that could possibly happen right there.
You see a lot more of those line-out double plays.
You're right,
Yeah, you see a
exactly.
lot of those in this game.
2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Sailors up 2-0. They got a runner on first. Up to bat is number 14, Gagan, the pitcher. Well, there's a poke.
Hit.
Looks like it's going to be settled in by the shortstop.
2 outs.
And that's going to be the end of the inning. So Sailors score 2 to go up 2-0. We're going to head into the top of the second right after we take this 1-minute break.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In this
I want to welcome everyone back. Hey, listen, we're still hungry up here, so if you haven't eaten or if you have, we'll even take leftovers. You just bring the leftovers up. We are not fussy. We're not going to beg. Well, we'll beg, but
I think they're already figuring out that you're begging.
I am begging. I know that, but I'm hungry. So anything there's a little poke. It's going to fall in between the center and left field. She's going to go for 2, and she's going to be there standing up. So to lead the top of the second inning, the Vikings get a double.
Viking softball took a player away from the track team there. I watched her around first base. That girl can flat out fly.
Russell up to bat. Do you see much stealing in softball?
You do, especially when a girl has good wheels. A lot of times they have good instincts over there. You see a ball in the dirt. You see a lot of people taking bases.
You commented about this girl. This girl's about almost halfway down. Yeah.
This is Hatcher. This is the one that is the daughter of the girl I went to school with. Yep.
Man, can she fly?
Yeah.
I see a lot of her Facebook posts, and she seems to be an incredible athlete. So.
Wow.
Well, there's a hot shot down
fair ball.
Fair ball down that third base line. It's going to bring in the runner here. That's number 5.
Okay.
Hatcher scoring. Back-to-back doubles for the Vikings brings in 1. Scores now 2-1. No outs for the Vikings. Up to bat number 16 is Russell now. So the hot corner got a little action down there at third base.
Nice pitch inside.
I noticed,
corner.
like in baseball, the umpire switch. So behind the plate goes out to the field, and okay.
Same thing here.
Yep, same thing here. I got you. Wind up and the pitch, little outside. Brings the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. No outs here at the top of the second. Game number 2 here at the softball complex on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores. In the dirt for another ball. Makes it 2 balls, 1 strike.
Keep them off balance here. Try to locate that ball in a place and induce a ground ball here.
So, hypothetically speaking, let's just say Gagan starts struggling. A couple more innings, Coach. Do you put somebody in the bullpen? Do you go with a pitcher that's how do you do a rotation?
Well, it depends on the players you have.
Okay.
I think Hillen could probably come back in and throw, but Spaniola is the other pitcher. She's playing first base. She might get her chance to throw. In a non-conference, I know you're trying to win every game, but you're really trying to work a lot, get a lot of work in for a lot of your players, and get them a chance to all be ready for that tournament because everyone's 0-0 come Memorial Day weekend. So
now it's a one and done scenario.
Done. Yep.
Okay.
One and done. But you're always playing for that. Despite what your record was during the year, what you did in conference, everyone is equal come state tournament time. So if you can keep pushing for that, it gives your team something to look forward to, something to build towards. So
well, there was a team on the east side of the state in football that went 0-6, I think, or something, and made a deep run in the playoffs for football.
Right.
De La Salle had a losing record, came in and made it to Ford Field. So, yeah, it's when you get hot, and if you can keep that momentum going. Strike.
Got to make a pitch here. We got
1 ball, 2 strikes here on the batter.
He's definitely struggling a little bit today.
Yeah, you're right, guys. Kim and Cotis out there, the best in the business, giving us some great shots right here. Got that end zone camera. There's a little straight. Okay, there's
an
out.
That's all we're going to get. Could have happened.
So we got a force out at third. The runner at first advances to second, and the batter goes up to first. So it's 1 out. 1 run has scored. Up to bat, number 24 is Carnes. Haley Carnes.
Again, neither team really has gotten to the small ball. That's been a part of the game that's really unique to softball rather than baseball because especially when you have girls that can really run from the left side and there's dominant pitching, but neither pitching on either team is dominant as far as striking out a bunch of players, and so they haven't gone to that small ball.
Is that a strategy to where if you don't have a lot of your pitching is not one that's going to K after K after K after K? Do you, as an offense, then go to that small ball and really try to work that?
What dictates the small ball is how well they're pitching. If they have a pitcher that throws hard.
Grounder to the second baseman, scoop over to second. Just off of the outstretched arm. It's going to bring in one.
No.
The runner from first passes second and goes down to third with the air on the throw, trying to get her out coming from first. So it's going to bring in a run.
That's a tough play, but kind of routine there. Just got away from her on the flip.
Yeah. She did make that play in game number 1 easily. It just got a little high on her in game number 2. So it's going to be an error on the second baseman.
And that technique is taught as the option pitch in football. It's the exact same motion. Thumb down, and it's just sometimes an awkward position to be in.
And it was rushed a little bit because it was a slow ground, so she didn't have a lot of time. It's a pop-up. Catcher's going to go in there and make the play.
Boy, that's tough.
That's a nice play, though, after the air, holding the runner at third.
That's close to throwing your bat there. They usually get when the bat's thrown back at the umpire, but that time the bat was in fair territory. Had she stepped on that and not been able to make the catch, the umpire could have called bat interference.
And would it have been an out then?
It would have been an out.
It would have been an out
if the
on
bat's
that?
in fair territory.
Okay.
make the play.
Make the play. Oh, no, she couldn't make the play. It's going to be air on the pitcher. It's going to bring in a run.
It's so bang out there that it almost looked as though she was thinking of the throw before she actually had it in her glove.
So the runners will advance.
And one of the defensive, absolutes is you must attack the ball. You can't let the ball attack you, especially out here, because it's so fast.
Pitch outside. Brings up 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs here. But Whitehall has gone up by 1, 3-2, scoring 3 here so far. Top of the second, still up to bat. Getting it pitch a little bit outside again. Jason, is there any talk about moving the pitcher mound back at all, or is it are we set in stone like here for a while now?
Oh, it's not going to go back. No, I mean you mean back forward?
Yeah, no. Just move it.
No,
to make it a little bit
43 has been a good spot.
Has it? Okay.
And there's still some elite pitchers that can, reach mid to upper 60s.
Really?
I watched a girl for Escanaba, back-to-back state champion. She went on to Wisconsin. I watched her in the state finals 2 years ago. Probably the most dominant pitcher I think I've ever seen.
Really?
Just could move and spin the ball. She threw about 65, but could move it
all over the place, huh?
Yeah.
We talked earlier, Nick, about giving these guys some love over here. Up here in the booth.
Well, I'm going to let you give the love here because you were giving it to your son, so you're the love giver. Dr. Love.
Dr. Love. I guess I'll take that. I'm called worse, I'm
sure. No, I'm saying that in all the right ways. Wait till Valentine's Day is coming up.
Not only have we had the opportunity to share the booth up here with Mr. Jason Crago, but we've had Mr. Brian Tharp and Todd.
Yeah,
Carlson,
you know well.
Well,
he knows well. Todd, he knows you really
for
well.
whatever reason, I had Conrad stuck in my head, and all of a sudden I'm like, it's not Conrad. It's Todd Carlson and Brian Tharp. Still TC, that's right. So Todd and Brian have been up here, and they're taking care of the official game duties up here for the broadcast in the press box. Along with Jason
isn't
and
part
Nick
of the game duties like feeding the broadcast? I
think somebody's supposed to feed all of us.
Well, yeah.
I think that's really what it's supposed to do.
And we got a force out there at third, so the Sailors are going to get out of this inning, but not until they've given up 3 runs in the top of the second inning. So we're coming to the bottom. We're going to take a quick break. Make sure you come back with us. Sailors are down 3-2. Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the bottom of the second inning. Sailors are down 3-2, having given up 3 runs at the top of the second. Leading off for the young Sailors, number 11 in your program, but yet number 1 in your heart. Johnson.
Just in case Dan is listening, Dan Vandermeide, if you're out there, I wanted to let you know, Todd Carlson, he says he owes all of his skills up here in the press box to you. So he's certainly appreciative of all the tutelage that you've been giving him over the years. So.
And Dan was so vital in making this experience for the girls such a great one because, the songs, the walk-up songs, how many foghorns he had to hit during Taylor Dew's career, and Ronnie Kaslik, he had to hit that foghorn a lot. But it just made such a special atmosphere for our girls.
It doesn't get any better than Dan Vandermeide, I'll tell you right now. And he's teaching a lot of people.
Dan honestly is certainly the top, but Ty Carlson is making his way up
he
quick
is.
up the
making
ladder.
Him work right now. And Dan, if you stay down much longer, you may be.
There's a lot of people that are going to be around. Dan who? Dan what about that Todd
what was
Carlson
that
guy?
Dan V or something like that?
Danny
So
V.
1 up, 1 down here, bottom of the second. Number 9 up to bat, Spaniola. I want to find out who made that cornhole game.
That's really nice.
Mark Savacool.
Assistant coach
really?
made
I wonder
that.
what he charges.
That is available for raffle. What are the tickets on that? We'll even
$10.
$10 a piece. You can pay by Venmo. If you're watching us right now, if you go to the Mona Shores Softball Facebook page, they have information about how to Venmo your money in to get some raffle tickets for these great cornhole boxes here with the Mona Shores logo.
Throw, get it 2 up, 2 down for the Sailors.
So if you are interested in getting in that raffle, make sure that you check out the Mona Shores Softball Facebook page and Venmo your money today to get in on that raffle.
Hogston up for the Sailors. Elizabeth Hogston.
Daughter of Andy Hogston.
Yeah. Jason, how many players you keep on the team?
Well, try to never keep more than 16, only because it becomes difficult to organize practice. You like to have an even number. The best number for me was 12.
Seriously, just 3 subs?
Well, you've got that is in. That's
Fair
in.
ball.
Go, kid, go.
She's going to
go,
go to
kid.
second. They're going
I'd
to bring
take
her to
third.
third, maybe.
I would take
They're
third.
going to bring
in a
her to third.
heartbeat.
She's running.
Get down, kid. Get down.
Throw. Safe.
Had a great job.
A triple for the Sailors.
Boy, Olivia Hodgson, what a great kid. And that's her first year on varsity.
What grade is she in?
She's an 11th grader.
Okay.
And we had a chance to work with her a little bit as a freshman. She was on our JV team. And just a great kid that does anything you ask. And I could tell early on she can hit the ball pretty well, and she showed it there.
That's great. So Sailors in scoring threat here, 2 down. We're in the bottom of the second inning. Hodgson at third.
Let's get this run in.
Little single will do it.
And so we talk about getting the ball in play. So, up or down doesn't matter. What you can't do here is strike out. You need to make sure that you make contact with the ball however you do it.
McCarty up the bat. McCarthy had a good first game. There's a pull. That's going to fall in. It's against the fence. It's going to bring in the run at third. McCarthy's going to hold up with a long single against the fence at center field fence, right center.
I'll steal one from my buddy Walt Gokowski. That one had hair on it, Nick.
What's that?
That one left the bat awfully fast.
Yes, it did.
Great hit by McCarthy.
Manny Metler up. Manny had a good first game as well, and the Sailors won 10-2 after falling behind early, 2-0. Sailors behind right now. No, Sailors had tied it up after being down.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, there's a
nice
little single over the second baseman's head.
Oh, man.
Oh, she should have gone.
That's where you don't.
God, she was almost halfway there, and
Well, and it looked like Coach Tharp had maybe put the brakes on.
Okay, yeah,
so
you saw it better than I, because I'm
up.
watching. All of a sudden, she stopped. Why'd you stop?
Yeah, she put the brakes on.
And there's a learning curve there, because earlier you saw the throw in from right field, and that's where you go to the major league level. They know everybody's arm strength.
Right,
and
yeah. Scouting reports
she
on
didn't
everybody.
necessarily know where to go with the ball and didn't throw it very hard. That's an automatic third base there.
Okay. So runners on first and second, 2 out here, bottom of the second inning.
Savacool's up one you got to be careful with. Home run last time up. Pitcher's pitch.
Geez, what if you put on a double steal?
Not with her up, you don't.
No.
You let her do the work.
You let her do the work.
Interesting how the routine is. Just up and down the barrel of the bat. Ooh, there's a good strike
good
right
challenge there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, she wishes she had that one back.
Yeah, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out.
She's trying to do it all in one swing. Now she needs to calm down. Just relax. She's a great hitter. Do what you do, kid.
Runners on first and second, 2 out. There's a foul ball. Boy, a little single over that right field area right there will bring them maybe both in. Get some wheels on that first baseman.
She's got such a hammer when she spins on
Yeah.
the bat.
Right.
I could see a drive right down the third base line. Just a line shot down to that 195 on the left side.
2 strikes.
All
we
right,
got to
Kanukin
cover
has
the whole
dialed it up
plate.
what he wants to see. So,
Hey, watch.
all right, there it comes. There, whoa!
Well, she just
Foul
needs
ball.
to straighten it out. It was pretty much exactly
well,
like
she's
I
listening
said.
to you,
She just
Joe.
needed to
She's
get it
just got to
started.
modify it a little bit here, brother.
Now we're down to easy stuff because see it, hit it. You got 2 strikes. You see it, you got to hit it. If it's anything close, you can't let it go.
I still say she's gonna just rip one down that left side.
Okay. Got a little real estate down there between the.
Coach Tharp's quick. She'll know to get out of the way.
No. Felt the breeze
boy,
up here on that strike. So the Sailors go down,
Tied up.
but not after scoring 1 run here in the bottom of the second. We've come to the end of 2. Your Sailors are all knotted up with Whitehall, 3-3.
The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several students athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor.
We want to welcome everyone back again. Hey, listen, I don't mean to keep begging, but I'm hungry. Okay, doggone it. I'm
Do you
just
not
hungry.
eat during the day or something? I mean,
No,
do you
I don't
skip
eat
lunch?
much. No, I don't.
This
I
is a
skip
problem.
breakfast, a couple cups of coffee, a little bit here, a little bit there, but no.
I
I did have something before I came here, so we're good.
I almost skipped lunch today, but I
You
didn't
did?
end up.
Oh, yeah, you were busy today. Want to welcome everyone back. We are at the top of the 3rd inning. We are knotted up 3-3. Up for the Vikings is number 5, Hatcher.
Double last time. Be careful here.
Oh, there's Poke.
Yep.
Well, she's got a little.
Strike 1. Yeah, it would.
Do you have to use aluminum bats in high school baseball? Can you use wooden bats?
Good question. I don't know. It's a good question for Walt. I assume
Walt
you can
says
use wooden
no.
bats.
Walt says you have to use aluminum in high school baseball. You cannot use wood.
Okay.
I just out of curiosity. I told you we were going to pep you with questions.
That one I don't know. Had a lot
Okay,
of bus
Jason's
rides.
not coming back next year. Got to ask
Well-
one question you don't even know the answer.
Let me tell you, I had so many bus rides with Walt. Learned so much from him.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, we talk baseball and the game itself.
You know what we're going to do? I
Nice
got an
hit.
idea here maybe. I'll talk to Joe about this. Little single there between first and second.
Next for the Vikings, number 33, Greta Hoskin.
You know baseball pretty well. Did you play baseball at Muskegon too?
Yes. Yep.
Jerry Eaton was your coach?
Yep. Jerry Eaton was my coach.
Okay.
First base and pitched a little bit and I think I hit 6th or 7th. I wasn't the best hitter, but I enjoyed it. I loved the game.
Did you like Jerry as a coach?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
George,
knowledgeable.
It hits her.
She's gone.
She's going to go to third on a stolen base to second. They're going to hold her up there at third.
Okay.
So the single turns into a triple after 2 stolen bases for the Vikings. Puts them in scoring position right now with nobody out. And number 33 at bat.
Yeah, I'd take a perfect throw to get that girl out there. She's quick. Hatcher.
Hatcher's got some wheels. She's got good size to her, too. 1 ball, no strikes account here. Pitcher's outside.
How does scoring or scouting work? Is there a lot of scouts that come down from college to take a look at these, or do they do it on a case-by-case basis as it gets reported down?
You know, they did come around a lot for a few players, but typically college softball is in full-blown, you know, and they're in their big-time season right now. So a lot of the college coaches spend time at the summer tournaments in the travel ball season.
Oh,
so they get the biggest bang for their buck going to these big 32, 64 team tournaments, you know, so yeah, I'm sure they plan their recruiting there. Not to say that they don't come to high school games, but it's a lot more rare to see them here at high school games.
Jason, when you were coaching, and you know as well, having coached some football, there's a little pop-up single here. It's probably
got
going
to get
fall
green.
in. No, it's going to bring in the runner from third. It's going to be a bloop single over the second baseman head in between second, really in that dead zone between over the second baseman between the center fielder and right fielder. Do you guys ever film your games or practice at all just to see how things go, errors and things that you can learn?
Well, in the games, we would film sometimes from the first base side, just at bats.
Oh, okay.
We wouldn't film defense typically.
You wouldn't have somebody up here in the press box, let's say, and filming the whole thing just right up here?
And when you say press box, that was, 6 years ago was the first time we had a press box. So, it's difficult to do that
kind
here.
of a mute point. I forgot, yeah.
But we use iPads a lot as a teaching tool for looking at girls' swings and letting them see. There's a tool called Coach's Eye where they can slow their swing down, look at it.
Really?
Yeah, frame by frame.
Yeah.
So that's really valuable for the girls to see their own swing.
Sure, yeah. Did you ever film, using that said, like in your winter practices, your pitchers or anything like that with indoor hitting?
Sure, you can film them on the same app. Let them look at it frame by frame.
Sure.
And a lot of hitting and pitching instructors do that. Now we're getting in a little trouble here.
All right, so Russell draws the walk. She is at first, number 33. Astika is at second. So a little powwow out there to just kind of settle the pitch down a little bit.
So this is just simply basically it's an infield powwow, correct?
Yeah, it's a timeout to take a breather.
No coaches out there.
No coaches. The girls come together.
Is the coach allowed out there?
Sure. The rule is you can go to the mound. The third time you come to the mound, the pitcher has to be removed.
Same as baseball that Walt said. Yeah.
The third time. So
right.
if she goes out, it's an official conference. You only get one official conference an inning as well. Oh. So you got to make sure that this is when I want to make that conference and I want to talk about a certain situation.
Okay.
But the girls can take as many of those as they want. I think. I'm not sure if they would call delay a game there. The catcher can call time and go out there.
And then you would think the umpire would know the discretion based on the situation that's happening, I would think as well. Do you know the gentleman behind the plate here?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. I most likely have met him, but...
Sure. Do you have to go through special training through the MHSAA to be a umpire?
Yep. They have a rules meeting that you have to go through. There is training that you initially go through. I know for basketball there's an association that they have weekly meetings. They go over plays. They are very professional. Warren Kent actually here at the high school was the training official for years for basketball.
Really?
Yeah. Oh. And so those association, the USA officials, they have them in all three sports here, all 3 seasons.
Okay.
So umpire,
Yeah, I have to take a test every year for football.
I was an umpire for rec league, little
You were?
league, over in Roosevelt Park.
Oh,
For
yeah.
a couple of seasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a teenager, I did it
Right.
over there as a teenager. It was pretty fun.
Oh, I bet it was. Good for you.
That's a block from my house, so getting about the time where you start hearing those screams over there. You just, grandmothers and parents and the kid, you hear the clink of the bat, and then you just hear a lot of yelling, yeah. We need an out here in a bad way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. No outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runners are on first and second. Sailors down 43 as Whitehall has scored 1 here in the top of the third.
Having a little bit of a control issue
I'm telling you,
here.
it's a tough miss here because you're missing left and right, and typically in softball, it's up and down with your release. Your release is from under, and so you can miss up and down. But if you're missing 4 ways here, it's tough. You know.
Okay, so now the coach is coming out here. So this is her official timeout right now, right?
And so here we want to talk about on the infield. It's a 1-run game. It's early. You know, you play your infielders in, but with nobody out, the play necessarily isn't at home plate here. You need an out. So it depends on where it's hit.
you can get it.
We would have years of trying to get this before travel ball became big and girls understood the intricacies of it. They want you to tell them where to throw. And it's like, I can't tell you where to throw. You need to feel where that's going to be. If you have to move left or right here, get an out. If the ball's hit directly to you, yeah, you can go home and get the force out there. So, you know, you just talk about what we're going to do in this situation.
So, Jason, with that said, then how much longer do you go with her on the mound?
Well, I mean, it depends on the control
because she's just
issues.
not missing in one area. She's high, she's low, she's left, she's right. She's everywhere.
It's a lonely place out there sometimes. It's
well-timed conference can change a pitcher's
abilities. Exactly.
Yes.
Just a little vote of confidence.
And I would go out sometimes and tell a joke. I would, nice. and I would say something self-deprecating about me. Say we got to get an out here, and we don't.
Oh, we can't get the handle to get
and
that out.
And it's just where you don't want it to be hit. I mean, it's the dead ball.
The pitch was finally where it needed to be.
Right, exactly.
They hit into something that should have resulted in an out. This is what ends up being a detriment to the psyche of the pitcher at that point, because now you've got it back, but you still can't get the out.
You can't get the out, correct.
So the Vikings have scored 2. There are still no outs. The bases are juiced. There's a little poke. It's gonna.
Got to get a catch here.
Got a catch. I'm gonna bring in the third baseman. She's gonna go throw from home.
No,
it's cut off.
All right, we know we can battle back from this. We have the sticks to do it, so we just need to calm ourselves down and get it.
So the Sailors get the initial out here at the top of the third, down 6-3. Runners are on first and second, and I'll let you know who's up with that once I see the number. Number 10. That's Dempsey. Dempsey up to bat. Pitting a single. That should be an out right here. No! Just past the outstretched arms of the second base. It's going to be an error on her. It's going to bring in the runner from second. Making it 7-3, 1 out. Runner still on first and second. Up the bat is going to be number 1, Martin. Kylie Martin up the bat for the Vikings. Vikings have scored 3 so far in this inning with 2 outs remaining.
Well, they scored 4, I think.
Oh, correction, 4, that is. Seven to 3, 1 out. We're at the top of the third still. Nice little pitch, hot one.
Get the out.
Yes, got her
we'll
out.
Take that. We'll take that.
Yeah, the double play gets the Sailors out of a jam.
He really wants to come and argue it, but the call's been made. It's never going to be reversed unless she asks for help.
So the Sailors give up 4 to the Vikings in their top of the third. Sailors are going to be up. We're going to be back in 30 seconds. We're going to stay here? You want to stay here?
Let's just go ahead and stay here. I'm just kind of seeing what we're kind of keeping an eye on the discussion here.
Yeah,
out on
right.
The field.
Yeah. So, Jason, what do you say at this point to the? I mean, what's obviously he's arguing? Hey, pull the
you asked the field umpire for help. That was a case where the right foot could have been pulled. It could be the home plate umpire's call there based on the angle.
Okay.
I wondered if it had been.
Yes, and typically when a crew comes together like that, and they will back each other up. But I do know, I know a lot of great officials, if the call was not made correctly, they will make the right call. Right? If the other official did see the leg was not back there, they'd say, no, I saw it this way.
So one official can overrule the other.
Correct.
Okay, I got you. No, that's fair.
With two people out there and everybody flying around, sometimes it's tough to get a right angle.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Is that call typically anything out on a base is the field ump's responsibility, right?
That depends, I think. And I want to be an umpire. I got to brush up on where they go. I know there's a situation like on a stand-up triple. Excuse me, not a stand-up triple, but a triple where the home plate umpire can get the call. Because if you've got a deep ball hit the right field, then that first base umpire is down the line to see if it's fair. They can't possibly make it back to third.
Gotcha.
The trick is, once that home plate umpire goes off to make the call at third, the field umpire's got to make their way to home plate in case there's an overflow and a play there. So it is about positioning and where you're supposed to be.
This is where you look at college, you look at the pros, that's why they have the umpires wherever.
Yeah, they're so fast, there's no way they could make it.
Right.
Bailey Graham's here leading off here at the bottom of the third. Sailors down 7-3. Little powwow going on by the Vikings there. You know, they got a little boost of enthusiasm and excitement in being up 7-3 right now, game number 2.
That's all right.
No, I thought I said something wrong. Bailey Graham up.
Oh, it's a Brooklyn
poke.
We need that. They made a heck of a play.
Good play.
Beautiful play at short.
Yep.
Good play by the shortstop. You're right, gentlemen.
That's an example of that shutdown defense. You just had a big inning. You need that first out for Whitehall.
Alexis Brayton up. Wind coming in out of the southwest, blowing out into center field. Foul ball.
Thought it was rather nice. It's one of the players. I don't know if this was the same back when you were coaching, Jason, but it's one of the players that goes out before the beginning of the game and raises the American flag.
Yep.
Out there.
That's what the captains always did.
Little high pop up, may fall in, left fielder cruising over, and she makes a catch in the out. 2 down here for the Sailors.
And they're going to have to take it down when the game's over, too.
Yep.
So
how many people we got watching today, boss?
We've had, right now we don't have a whole lot. I think between both of the broadcasts, we have 8, but we've had up to about 25, 30
Okay,
people.
that's good.
I think, obviously with the doubleheader, it drags on just a little bit more.
Oh, yeah, it's good.
So.
Dinner time and people doing things.
There was a strike right at the letters.
That Tilly Award is coming
26th, I think.
the 26th, so we got a couple more weeks left before
We'll find out
Joe.
whether we're award-winning crew.
God, wouldn't that be something to say, though? That'd be a feather in our cap. Just letting you know.
Oh, I know.
Well, you are. We want to be in the same company. You see, you would be a 2-time winner.
Now, I just saw Todd come over here. He was looking for he was looking at his lineup card to see if he had made an error on there. Is there something that we need to update over here, Todd? Or
you got it?
Oh.
Okay.
Is it good? We're good? Okay. All right. Anything we need to update or? It's Brooklyn. Yes,
Brooklyn,
it's
yeah.
Brooklyn Graham. Well, don't be too bad. Don't feel too sad. We've been making the same error over here.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
We totally
We got to blame
Todd.
somebody here.
This Dan Vandermeer would have never made these kinds of mistakes. But so Dan, we're looking forward to coming back at some point in time.
There's a poke. It's a high pop fly. Left field
right
goes
field.
underneath, and she makes the third out of the inning. So the Sailors finish the top of the third, scoring none. We've come to the end of 3. Your score still, it's Whitehall up 7-3.
All the protection you need, nothing you don't. At Lake Michigan Insurance Agency, save on the insurance you need and stop paying for the insurance you don't need. Trust our experts to find the perfect amount of coverage for you, making sure you're covered when you need it and how you need it. But the savings don't stop there. We also shop over 16 insurance providers, industry leaders like Citizens and Frankenmuth Insurance, to make sure you get the highest quality coverage at the lowest possible rate. In Muskegon County, trust Ryan Rozecki to start a quote for you today. Visit Ryan at our Norton Avenue office in the Park Place Shopping Center near Goodwill and Pints and Courts Restaurant, or visit lmc.org/insurance to get started.
Yes, we are.
Rosie will come
I want to
on.
welcome everyone back here to the compound. We're at the Sailors softball complex on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores. Sailors are down 7-3 as they take the field. Whitehall is going to come up to bat here, but we have a guest that has just showed up here in the press box. I'm going to give him my mic because rumor has it he was once an assistant coach on these hallowed grounds here at Mona Shores. So, Jason, I'm going to let you introduce this gentleman right now. Coach, do you want to come over here right now?
Yeah, they might know who it is. We got Ken Rose here, good buddy of mine, taught together for years. Got to watch his son play a little football the last couple of years. It's been pretty much a lot of fun. But he was my assistant coach, here at Mona Shores. And Kenny, good to have you, buddy.
Well, thanks. I thought we were good buddies, but then you put me on the mic, so I guess we're not so much anymore. But no, it was.
We were just talking about all the his favorites,
Oh.
and I think you were like 6th or 7th on the list. So
I'll take it. I'll take it. It was great to obviously just help out Jason and what he did here at Mona Shores for all the years he did it, and just to come in and be an assistant dad and kind of work with the girls in the middle school and then all the way up. And we were really fortunate to play with the girls that we did in the Taylor Dew, Riley Whaler senior class.
And one of our team captains, one of the best we've ever had, is Ken's daughter Ellery, who's now at Grand Valley and going into education too, right, Kenny?
That's right. Yep. She wants to do elementary school teaching, and she wants to coach at the high school. Kind of
that's
like
awesome.
kind of like Sid is doing too, and just great role models here.
So I have many stories of Kenny's, but I'll tell a softball story. We owe Ken such a debt of gratitude because 2 of probably the best hitters that we've ever seen at the high school level here in this area happened to be on our team, and it was Ken's job. I like to say he volunteered, but I was going to have him do the job of throwing BP to Taylor Dew and Veronica Kaselek every day in practice. So he took a shelling from those guys and really gave them a lot of work and stuff in practice, and we're forever grateful to him.
It was a forced volunteer job for sure.
My brain couldn't take it anymore. I was really suffering there with those rockets coming back at me.
Well, you can't throw a pitch and then duck to the ground every time with those girls.
right now the Sailors are pitching a gem. We did have we did have a pitching change here. Correct?
Yes, Kristen Hillen's back on the mound.
Okay. So yes, pitching a gem right now, 2 strikes in a row, 3 swinging strikes in a row for those Sailors. Let's take a look on the instant replay for that last one.
And
Again, got her
Mia stays
chasing
Mia stays in the game too in right field, and it's just struggled a little bit on the mound, but she has such a strong bat. We need her in that lineup, and she'll bounce back. She's a great player.
Ken, you've had such an opportunity with coaching all over the place here. I know you've done football. I know you've done the softball. Have you done some other stuff around here?
I was assistant in everything pretty much for a while. So I did 2 years of track.
Okay.
I did a year for Todd Vandenhoevel when he was a varsity baseball coach.
Gotcha. Yep.
I helped coaching my kids at the middle school basketball. So Ellery played basketball 7th and 8th. I helped on her teams. I helped Jeremy Andres and Terpstra at the 7th and 8th basketball. Just did what I was told. And then my youngest said, "You can just do the book, Dad," when she was playing basketball. So I did that.
Well, it's got to be pretty rewarding to be able to, affect kids and help them develop in all these various different sports, and whether it's from an assistant position or head coach position, whatever it may be, especially when it's your kids, some of your kids you're following around and everything else. I know I had the opportunity back in 8th grade to help with my son Noah in football. And that was pretty fun to do that. I've done some rec league, coaching and that kind of stuff, but it really is fun to help out, and it's kind of one of the reasons we're doing what we're doing here. This has been so fun to be able to watch these student athletes growing into the spectacular athletes that they are, and just spectacular people all around.
For sure, and you're teaching on the field, and it's almost the same thing as coaching in the classroom.
Yeah.
Those kids need you as a coach sometimes too in the classroom, the encouragement, and these kids certainly they need all the life lessons that we know sports brings. That's we played when we were young, and we want to try to give that back, and so that's kind of why we've done it for so long. I appreciate being on.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. You weren't expecting to do that, but we appreciate you doing that.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks.
Mr. Ken Rose, coach extraordinaire for softball and many other over the years here at Mona Shores.
Well, not only that, but Ken's family and his wonderful wife, Lisa, just got another award, Brady, Scholar Athlete of the Year. So we want to congratulate Ken and his wonderful wife and the 2 daughters on Brady's accomplishments this year, both on the field and off the field. Because, as humble as a as a family get, Ken and his wife, they just give so much back, and it just shows in the children as well. So, as always, I truly had the pleasure and honor of coaching under Ken's tutelage. He just did. You want to talk about somebody that truly cared and loved the kids. It was Kenny and his family.
We've had we've been fortunate enough to work together now for going on 20-some years, and we lunch together every day. And
that's good.
He's been one of my really good friends here at Mona Shores, and it was so fun to watch not only his daughter Ellery, and watch him coach her, but then just to be with him at those football games and watch the kind of things that Brady did. It was just a lot of fun.
I'll tell you what, we were at the Sailor Pride Assembly. They went over the accomplishments of the many. Obviously, you missed some here and there, but there was a lot of major accomplishments from academics to arts to athletics. And it's incredible to me how much was accomplished in this year.
Right.
Right from the get-go, you're under the handicap of the pandemic and everything else, the social sides of things, being able to...
There we go. Get down.
Little bloop single there.
Getting to actually practice normal and study normal and, all that kind of stuff. But then to see all of the different accolades and awards across the entire state and the area and everything else that these kids have been able to do over the course of the year has just been spectacular.
Yeah. So what's Mona Shores doing for graduation? You're in the loop of all this.
Mona Shores graduation will be live streamed. We'll be live streaming it. It'll be at the Sailor Stadium over at the football field. And it'll be June 1st. Rain date is June 2nd. So hopefully they don't have a rain date needed.
Well, I hope not either, because June 2nd, you and I are up in Holton. We're going to do their graduation up at their football field. And I talked to the superintendent yesterday, and we're going to interview him I asked Eric if we can get an interview, and he says, Coach, I'd love to be able to do it, but I'm just too busy. Going to drop in? No, it's an out. So we're going to do Dr. Adam Bain will be right away. So that will be fun. So Sailors.
That was a quick up, 3 up, 3 down.
3 up, 3 down. They don't get anything. Your score.
At end of 4.
At the end of 4, it's still 7-3. We're going to take a real quick break, and you can come right on back. All right, everybody, that 5th inning stretch is coming around here. The Whitehall Vikings are coming to bat. Up to bat is what number we got there, Jason?
I want to say...
It's a 9 at the end. Is that 29? It's got to be.
29 is on the ribbon. Yep.
Yep. Coning takes a strike 1. Sailors down 7-3. Need to get our rally caps on here. Got a couple innings to try to tie it up and maybe even go ahead. There's a ball down low. 1-1 the count here. Sun's starting to settle down a little bit here, my friend, as head to the west at 7:49. Yeah, we got a
bad time of day to be a right fielder right here at Sailor Stadium.
Yeah, the sun sets at exactly 9 o'clock, boys and girls. So tomorrow's going to be, well, I might as well be a meteorologist. It's going to be sunny and 64 degrees here on the west coast of Michigan. The Sunset Coast, as it's known as around these parts. I was going to tell you, a house came up for sale on down off of Lakeshore there by the Yacht Club on Millard.
Oh, yeah,
It's sold in 12 hours.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it was nice. It had a little more of a rental, though. It wouldn't have been for you, but it was gone in 12 hours.
When we just sold our house, it was gone in 24.
Was it? Yeah. You're
back in October.
Yeah.
Crazy
was the market
time.
hot then, too, wasn't it? Yeah, it still is.
It was officially gone in 24.
Yeah,
right.
It
Sold
was, before
we
then,
had 3
though.
offers on it.
Wow.
Throw that ball around.
So we got 1 strikeout.
All right.
So Gagan has settled down quite nicely now after a rough 3rd inning.
Hilland.
Hilland
back
on the mound?
Yep.
Well, okay, correction, Hilland. All right, Gagan struggled a little bit, especially giving up 7 runs in 2 innings. They're back-to-back in the 2nd and the 3rd. Hilland on the mound. Sailors hoping to rally, get a couple of shutout innings here, right here, and maybe get a couple back and forth innings here and score a couple of hit runs here and there. We could be all right.
That's the pitch. That's the pitch they were given in the first game, not here.
Sailors looking to wake those bats back up here as they had it in the first game. Foul back. How much does fatigue start setting in with a doubleheader like this?
Fatigue?
Yeah.
Pitching-wise, it can set in. I think Mettler's catching her 2nd game. It's not the hot weather yet. You get to the end of May and in the districts, that's when you got to hydrate a lot, because those 85-degree days, boy, on the mound and behind the plate can really wear on you.
Now, you said if there's some fatigue, it's going to be from the waist down with the pitchers.
Yeah, I mean, your arm obviously does get tired. It's going around, but you're not putting as much stress on your tendons as you would be throwing overhand. They do ice down after the game to make sure that, you know, they take care of their arms. But, yeah, there's a lot of drive from the waist down. And
Jason, what kind of injuries do pitchers get if they pitch too much? I mean, is it elbow, is it shoulder? You don't see much Tommy John surgery in softball, do you?
No, not as much. Not for pitchers as much. You do see them on position players. You know,
Really?
I think this influx of travel ball from the age of 7 and 8 on up, you know, you got girls
It wears on the
they're
body.
playing year-round, like
Yeah.
a college schedule. And you do see that now more often than before.
You know what surprises me, and Joe, have you played hockey? Were you a hockey guy?
Not
No,
organized,
I was.
yeah.
Did you play in hockey?
Nope.
Okay, so some of our football players, especially at the low, well, and all of football players, they'll go from football right into hockey, or some of my JV players will go from football practice right to hockey practice. I mean, God, talking about getting banged up right
Yeah.
away. God,
But-
there's just
Well,
I just
think
don't
about
get it. But
think about
you
it
know,
from the standpoint of football to hockey to lacrosse.
yeah, exactly, right.
And there's a
Man, oh man.
Yeah,
Not getting the
you know,
bounces,
Diego
are they?
Pena's you know, a great example. Football, hockey,
Lacrosse.
you know, and yeah, well, baseball. But
baseball, sorry,
yeah,
baseball.
but Jake Nana was, you know, football, hockey, lacrosse.
Yep.
Well, I tell
And
you,
it's year-round lacrosse. It's year-round hockey. There's no break for the body.
yeah. You need a break, but
I think
also
so.
the multiple sports is a key, that you're using other muscles.
Right.
The repetitive injuries come from people that specialize and try
Right.
to do it year-round in the same sport.
College recruiters like multi-sport athletes.
Right.
There's no question about it.
But I can tell you that high school coaches like travel players too.
They
They talk out of both sides of their mouth,
Yeah.
because the college coach can afford to tell us that, yeah, you should just let them play 3 different sports. But you see the level of play in high school softball, how much it's improved in the last 15, 20 years.
sure.
Oh, boy, that's trouble.
There's trouble. It's in the gap. It's going to go all the way to the fence. It's going to bring in 1, maybe 2. They're waving her in. He's waving a. No, they pulled her up. It's going to score 1, number 24. Karna scores. Makes the score 8-3 now. 1 out here for the Sailors.
Going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Martin up for the Vikings. The number 3 batter in the order here, and Coach Crago's saying the one that, yeah, there's a hitter right there, boy.
Right.
That number 3 spot, as Coach Crago had said at
You
the
do have
beginning.
first base open here. I don't know we're struggling to find the strike zone a little bit, so I don't know if we pitch around or what, but
See, once again, notice these chairs that are right here now, Joe.
Oh, I noticed that there is every single press box that exists has better chairs than what the
Right,
football
every
press box
press
does.
box has great chairs except for one.
we have to work on that.
Well, we talked to athletic director Conrad about that. He said, Nick, I'll be glad to get it for you. It's coming out. Todd, I don't care where it comes from. Just
Wait,
give us a chair.
So it was a swung-on pitch that was in the dirt.
and first base isn't occupied, so I still think you throw it to first here.
I wonder if they didn't just so the other runner wouldn't run.
But you can be able to throw it twice faster than someone can run home.
I would think so,
Man,
yeah.
oh, man. Oh, man.
All right, so the bases are juiced, 1 out. Sailors are in a bit of a pickle here. Up to bat is number 23,
This would be a great time for one of those
Alexis Taylor.
rare double plays.
Yeah, right, a line shot to somebody.
Third base.
A line shot to the pitcher. She can throw it somewhere maybe. Or, yeah, the third base.
Well, Jason, you're right. We were getting those inside throws like that in the
Nope.
first game. We are not now.
No,
Nope.
2 balls, no strikes, 1 out for the Sailors. There's a little single.
No,
Home.
it's not 4.
Safe. Where would you have gone with it?
We've got to go to
One.
1.
Go to
Yeah.
first.
There's a timer there that the batter's got to clear the box and get through that. Yeah, it's
You
a
take
tough
the out.
play.
Yeah, you take the out on that one, I would say. I agree with you on that one.
Because the third baseman was on the run already.
Tough
I
play.
know,
It's a tough
yeah.
play regardless.
Yeah.
You might not get her first either, but first is your best chance there.
Okay.
The only way that one really is a successful throw is if you can barehand the ball off the ground. If
Yeah.
you're picking it up with your glove, you don't have enough time.
Talk about the 10-run rule.
Whitehall scores another, making a score 9-3, 1 out. Strike one on the batter. It's number 5. Hatcher. Elena Hatcher.
Boy, I tell you, one hard hit ball here, and you're looking at 2, maybe 3.
2, maybe 3, right, if it goes deep.
Well, that was a
There's
nice
a strike.
change-up.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Hatcher. Sailors down 9-3. We're at the top of the 5th inning. Oh, it's going to, no.
Get it out. Get it out.
Get it out. Got confused right there. So it's a single, brings in a run. Not sure what to do. Again, this might be the youth of the Sailors coming out right now.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. It's a young team, Coach Crago said. With only 1 senior, they're a very young team.
It's a young
Haven't
team.
been in situations like this.
Right. And the only advantage you do have is you know the ball's coming because both teams are hitting the ball. You just got to tell yourself we're going to make a play here. You have to want the ball. Sometimes in this situation you're thinking, please don't hit it to me. You never want to think that way. You want to want the ball and make the out for your team.
Yeah, youth is coming into play, maybe a little frustration coming in. And, it's not deep balls. It's just a small ball. A little dinking and dunking here.
Right.
These short little bloopers going into places where we're not at and not making the places there. Is going to be a little poke.
That's
it's
what
going to go over
happens.
her side right there. It goes to the fence. It brings in 1. It's going to bring in 2. It's going to hold that runner from first to third. It's going to make it a 12-3 game right now. And things are unraveling quickly for the young Sailors here in the top of the 5th as they have given up 5 runs to the Whitehall Vikings. Up to bat is number 16, Russell, McKenna Russell. There's a strike. Yeah, these are really nice chairs. Lean a little bit, just kind of sit comfortable. My back isn't hurting. Yeah. Oh, all right.
Good.
There's going to be a base on. There's going to be hit by the pitch. Hit by the pitcher in that left hip right there. Goes to protect herself and exposes that left hip, and she is sore. So once again, the bases are loaded for the Vikings. Up to bat is number 29 in your program, Hannah Koning.
It certainly was not in this case for sure. But do you ever see people intentionally beating people in softball?
No.
You see it in baseball every
Nope.
now and then, that kind of stuff.
Kind
I
of
don't
like that
think-
unwritten rule.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever see it. You shouldn't see it in high school baseball.
Not in high school, obviously. But
No, that's not the case. We're not. We're trying to throw it over the plate, trying to make our pitch, and
Nice pitch right there.
that's something my
Right.
dad would talk about a lot, being the men's fast pitch. And the guys, he was never a fleet of foot, and he ground out, and one of the shortstops was holding the ball, kind of waiting for him to run. And he didn't like that, so the next time out, he put one right in his rib cage. So
How's Dad doing?
Dad
doing good?
He's doing well. He's getting along okay.
Good. Well, tell
He
him
was going
hi.
to come here tonight, I think, and watch a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he made it out or not.
Sure. I enjoyed your dad very,
just
very
touch
much.
a good play and the run scores. So we got to get a run next inning or it's over.
All right. So the Vikings get one, going up 13-3. Up to bat is number 24 in your program. It's Carnes. Got to get it out. Got to get there. So 1 out. Little blue. Goes to first. 1 score. No, that was 2 outs. So that's the...
Oh, that's a long inning.
We've come to
We've
the
gotta score
end
some,
of
too.
5.5. Sailors down 13-3. Coach Crago, we need a run, right?
We need a run to keep it going or it's done.
One or done. One or
Yes.
done. We can stay here, boss?
we'll take a quick break.
All right. Yes, sir.
Looking to buy or sell? Look no further than our broadcast booth sponsor, John Vandervelde at Nexus Realty. Give him a call at 231-759-3634 or go see him at 880 West Broadway Avenue in Muskegon. Nexus Realty, team-based real estate professionals.
Well, we are back, and it really is one or done. And I say one lightly because we need one to extend this game. If we don't get it, we'll just call it a wrap for this doubleheader tonight.
Sailors definitely have the bats to be able to do it.
Oh, they certainly do.
Mettler up to bat. Need a run, need a single, need a hit.
I want to say there's 7 girls in this lineup that have already hit home runs this year. That's kind of unheard of. It's the new age of softball.
How many games have you taken in so far this year? You've taken a few?
Yeah, I've been about at least 3 or 4 doubleheaders, yeah.
Do you miss it at all, having retired?
I miss a little bit, but I've been real active with, my wife has a business that she runs.
What does the wife do?
And, of course, she has a graphics business.
Oh, okay.
And so we're opening up a little shop, or she is, downtown at the farmer's market there, those little houses.
Oh, really?
Along Western, yeah.
Oh, good for you.
So,
well, we'll have to give her a little love.
Little mini shops there?
Yep.
Yeah, very nice.
Yep.
I love those. Those
her
are
company's,
awesome.
Company's name is Port Cities. She does custom Michigan designs of her own on T-shirts and different apparel. And
very nice.
Yeah, so we're excited about that. And so I've been plenty busy. But I do enjoy to come back and watch.
Oh, good for you. Good for you, Jason. Yeah, there'll be a point where I'm going to do what you do down the road here and call it a career. And about till then, all right. So it's a nice start right now with a walk.
That's a good start.
It's a good start. That was a good at bat, a quality bat. Up for the Sailors, number 2 in your programs, Savakul. I like that last name.
The base runner represents the tying run. So
that's right.
Coming around the next round.
Right.
Yep.
You got it. That's a good way of putting it. You're right, the tie and run.
Oh, okay, so it's going to put her on.
It went behind her. I don't think it hit her.
Went behind her, didn't hit her.
It didn't hit her?
Nope.
God, it looked like it hit her. Okay. She moved too much. She should have got it. Got to take one for the team. All right, so we got a stolen base.
Wild pitch.
Wild pitch, okay.
Man.
That's the runner. So now we got a runner in scoring position now at second. Mettler. Savakul up to bat. Count is 1-1.
I've noticed that whenever she takes those cuts on an inside pitch, they almost always come very sharply foul.
Yeah,
right.
Like she's so quick on the bat that she just comes around so fast she's taking it foul.
Another foul ball, yeah.
If she waits a fraction of a second longer, she's going to drive
let it travel
in between lines.
We had to work a long time with Taylor Duo on that because all of her home runs were to left field her first 2 years, and finally let the ball travel a little bit, let her lengthen her swing out, allowed her to hit a lot of shots to right center. Elizabeth's hit a couple home runs to right field this year, so she has the capability of doing it, but yeah, there's only one speed right now with her. She's all go in the box.
She's got such snap on the bat.
So Taylor got recruited to play, but she opted not to play.
Yeah, I think she just was done with softball, and we support her in that. She that might be out. There's one I told about right there.
Yeah, the 2-run homer.
See, I just needed to talk about it. That's all. Just needed to talk about it.
A 2-run homer to extend the game.
Yeah, we're going to race the sun now, Nick.
Yes, we are, brother.
They're wishing they wouldn't have taken so much time between games. This sort of it always made me nervous.
Yeah. Well, you had a great career with her. She set a record, and she had fun playing, and she's
Absolutely.
enjoying it. Now, she's getting in the medical field, you said?
I think physical therapy.
Good
yes.
for her.
Yep.
Good for her. Well, hopefully she does well, and then.
Yeah. And that's what a lot of the things we teach these young girls is, everyone's going to go on to make a living doing something else.
Yeah.
And so I think sometimes we get caught up in, a D1, D2 offer and all this craziness in sports. And, the couple of girls I had that went D1, one being Dana Briggs, when she got the spot on Michigan State's roster, they told her, well, you can't take these classes. You have to take some other ones that'll fit in with our schedule.
Oh, wow.
And so she was not allowed
the high pop
to
up.
pursue.
Catcher's looking at it and makes the catch. Great catch there on the foul ball.
Great play.
Boy, talking about giving out her body and sprawling out on her belly to do it. That's a great play by that young lady.
We're watching that on the Lake Michigan Insurance Instant Replay, and it really was an outstanding catch by the Viking catcher.
What number is the catcher, Jason, in position?
Number 2.
Number 2. That helps me out immensely here because that was Paige McFerrin. Good for her. Nice job, Paige. Great catch. 1 out.
That was a top play nominee maybe on the ESPN. She got dirty there.
There's going to be a blue bloop single.
There we go.
Sailor's still alive here with 1 out. Having scored 2, making it 13-5.
Bats are coming alive. But
that's what we need.
They are. Number 14 for the Sailors.
Mia's due. Mia Gagan.
Mia Gagan is up.
She's going to hit one hard here. I'm going to predict that because she had her struggles on the mound, but she's a great player, great hitter.
Foul ball. So what happened to Briggs then? She just found out it just didn't work out for her?
You find out that's the business. I mean,
they own you.
They own you, and not to say it's not a bad thing to go on and play, but
ground ball, and 1 more out here. Moves the runner from first to second.
But if softball or let's say football, whatever it is, if that's the tail that wags the dog, you're going to have to make decisions down the road of what you want to do for a living. And
so what did she do? Did she just hang up the cleats, or did she?
She played 2 years at Michigan State.
Good
We went to go watch her against Michigan. We took a bunch of girls down and got to see Dana get in the game and play against Michigan. They got beat, but just a great experience. She's a great kid.
Yeah.
Great young lady now, I should say. She is a 911 dispatch.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Here in town?
Yep. And when I see her out, I'm like, I hope I never hear from you on the job. So.
Well, she must have just recently gotten hired, correct?
She's been there a while. I want to say because a young lady I went to high school with, Misu.
I know Misu really well.
Yes, her and I graduated together, and I do believe Dana's still there. She's been there at least 5 or 6, maybe 5 years now.
Okay. Yeah, I will have to because, and you say 5 years. They've hired so many dispatchers because dispatchers are very, very unique.
Stressful.
It's very, very stressful. And I give all the credit in the world to Central Dispatchers. Misu and I have known each other since we were like this big.
Really?
So, yeah. My mom was very good friends with her mom.
Okay.
So that's how I've known Misu.
There you go. And her dad just passed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bob.
Bob was a great guy.
Yeah, certainly was. But it's funny because for us on this side of the radio, I say on the actual receiving side of that, we always recognize voices, but not necessarily. So I try to make it a point to go down there, and I actually instruct at our local fire academy as well. And one of the classes that I regularly teach is communications. And part of that communications class, I take the entire group down there to meet the dispatchers that are going to be giving the information and talking to them in the other
Right.
line. And it's a very, very powerful experience for them. It's good for the dispatchers to see the new firefighters that are coming in, and they all get an opportunity to talk about the incredible job that they do. And it really is a good experience. They just redid the entire Muskegon Central Dispatch down there. It's fantastic, upgraded. And we didn't get a chance to go this year for Fire Academy because they were in the process of reconstruction.
Is that what they're doing to the one by the farmers market then? The fire station?
That's the Muskegon Central Dispatch.
Yeah,
upgrade.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder why they were adding on to a brand new building. I thought that makes sense now.
Yeah, it really was. It was almost undersized right from the get-go. And when they got into that building, they were kind of at the whim of what was available when they were building that central station. They were being, I don't want to say evicted, but they were being kicked out of the Verizon or the Frontier building that they were in.
Okay.
They needed a place to go, so that was the best place for them to go. But really, right from the beginning, it was almost undersized.
It wasn't an option when they were building the building at the time then to house them at that time?
I mean, that was the option, where they were at. But now they're actually building this to suit their needs.
A nice change up there by Hillen to get the strikeout there for Shores.
Great strikeout, too, by the way.
Sailors down 13-5 here. We are at the top of the 6th inning. Whitehall has really turned it around nicely after really getting beat quite handily, 10-2, game number 1.
Yeah, we watched the boys split a doubleheader
on
last
Saturday.
Yep. Against Jennison. So
it was a close game, though. The sophomore pitch just struggled a little bit.
Now the Sailors have only a couple more opportunities to see what they can do about closing the gap on this score, hoping to get out of this inning without any more damage from the Vikings.
So when does the season end for the ladies, Jason? A couple more weeks?
Usually pre-districts are the day after Memorial Day, which I understand they're not having now. They're going to have more districts with just 4 teams each.
Oh, because of COVID?
I want to say it's the weekend. Is it the weekend after Memorial Day then?
Okay.
That's typically when the districts are played. Regionals would be
There's
Saturday.
a single into the gap, out into the center fielder. It's going to be a base on single. For number 10, that's Dempsey. Ty Martin up to bat for the Vikings.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks. The state tournament's 3 weeks.
In 3 weeks? Okay.
No, it lasts 3 weeks.
It lasts 3 weeks?
Starts
Okay.
the first weekend in June.
Are we hosting anything here that you know of?
I
at all?
don't think they're having districts here, no.
Oh, okay. Ooh, there's a shot.
Oh, it's at Reese Puffer. Districts are at Reese Puffer.
At Puffer. Puffer's got nice facilities, though, too.
Yep.
Well, speaking about somebody with back injuries, our boy Butch Addig.
Yeah, did you see the article in the MLive article?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I'm gonna give him a call tomorrow. I meant to do it today. I got tied up.
What
at
happened? With Butch had surgery?
Butch had some back surgery. He had some complications with it that left him having massive physical therapy needs, and he's finally back to coaching as of. Gosh, it was a couple weeks ago, I think, and he still needs a walker to get around, but he has not lost his enthusiasm for coaching for certain.
He's not in the dugout. He's in the stands on his walker. That helps him out.
I'm telling you, though, I think it is therapy for him to be back in that dugout.
Oh, yeah.
Great shot. Big shot. Towering back
fly
towards
ball.
the 195.
It's going to be foul.
Foul, but in.
Foul.
Fouling. Boy, that was a high ball. That was up there for a while. Boy, this has been fun up here, though. This is a nice press box to broadcast the game. The guys over here have done a nice job. They welcome us, and we've enjoyed engagement.
I think that Dan would approve. You know, Todd's done an okay job.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd C+, solid C plus maybe. I think, maybe with a little fine tuning, he'll get in there.
I'm not sure he would have been able to do it without Brian, but
yeah, right. Well, it's a team effort. It is.
Yeah. They're not even listening.
No, they're not at all. So okay. It's just kind of like wasted conversation here, but it sounded good to us. 3 balls, 2 strikes, full count here on number 1.
So another interesting
Martin.
observation that I made here. The evolution of the catcher's helmet.
Yeah.
You know, it always used to be just the face mask for catchers back when in that day. Now it's really almost everybody's gone to the more hockey goalie style.
No,
helmet.
agreed. Great point.
Much lighter.
Is that the same, same evolution in softball?
Yep,
girls'
much
softball?
lighter, more protective, I think. Doesn't fall off like the old mask would that they were not part of the helmet. And so, yeah, it's I think it's a lot more comfortable to wear.
Jason, I'm also looking at the catcher's protective gear on the legs. Oh, there's a shot. It's going to go deep in the hole. It's going to go down all the way to the fence.
They can't get her
it's probably
out.
Going to get
That's a relay to home right here.
Okay, long throw home. It's going to be wide to the left, and the run's going to score.
Not there.
The runner goes all the way to 3 for a triple. I saw on the catcher's equipment on the varsity, they've got these pads like right in here for the knees.
Yes,
so the
knee savers.
Is that what they're called?
Man, I so wish they would have had those when I was a catcher.
Those look like
just
that's
because
a great
if
invention.
you do squat down and fully extend that knee back, it puts so much pressure on that knee joint. So it allows them to just kind of keep that cushion.
No, that's wonderful.
I think I had a bad back too, and you take that pillow and put it between your knees at night, kind of if you're laying on your side, it has that same effect. Just kind of.
Yeah. I've got an artificial left knee, and I sleep with a pillow ever since I got it. That's the greatest thing in the world. I can't sleep without a pillow between my knees now.
Yeah. Big out here. There we go.
Yeah,
1-on-1.
14-5, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out here, and you got to get it out. There's a strike.
Nice shot.
1 ball, 2 strikes here. Runner on third. Sailors down 14-5 here. We're in the top of the 6th. As the sun slowly sets over the number 2 lake in the Great Lakes, Lake Michigan.
What a beautiful night. Everybody that has been joining us, thank you for joining us here at the John Vanderbilt and Nexus Realty broadcast booth. It's been a pleasure finally being able to bring some girls softball to Sailor Nation Sports Network.
Next week we're going to bring girls lacrosse.
Yep.
And then next week wraps it up for Sailor Nation as far as sports are concerned.
As far as sports goes, yep, you are correct.
Yeah, we've got some other good things. We're not just a sports, even though it's called Sailor Nation Sports. Of course, we want to thank Chad Lee from the Trophy House hooking up with some nice swag here. I'm glad that
we are wearing swag tonight.
We're wearing swag.
Right. You are correct.
I want to thank Chad. In fact, we're going to be doing a remote from there. We're going to be working out some details with them. I think a summer remote would be kind of nice. When it's warm, we could be outside a little bit, you know.
Yeah, set up right in front.
Yeah, exactly.
Good.
Okay, now, bring in one more.
Boy, that was just about a great snag.
No. Now, this is me poking a little bit of fun of you, okay? And I just want you to take that because you know I love you and I care about you, okay?
Here we go.
Okay.
Here we go.
I'm assuming that our banner is out here somewhere where everybody can see.
I don't know where we would have put it. I mean, we're just going to hang it on the back of the backstop. We could have, actually.
Joe.
I know.
Joe. So what you're saying, it's not here.
Don't you recall the last?
It's not here, is it, Joe?
No, it's not. But
okay,
do you
Joe.
recall the last time we did a broadcast? Who did I put in charge of reminding me?
Well, you didn't get my smoke signals today that was going over the fire stage. They must have blown in a different direction. All right, it's 15-5 now, so the Sailors are going to be, they're forced in a tough situation already. Throw down 2 seconds, going to go. They're going to keep her. Nah, she's going to decide to stay.
Once again, under the mercy rule, at this point, the Sailors are going to have to
score a run. Yep.
Bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, if we're going to go into the 7th inning, we are.
Again, Hatcher on second. One good hit, and there's no stopping her from scoring.
No, she can fly.
And that could be.
Holds a runner, long throw. Goes over the head of the first baseman. The runner at second is going to come down and try. She's going to go for home. And she is going to score. That's Hatcher coming in from
and throw it in the dirt. Oh.
Coming in from second all the way on the overthrow to the first baseman. It's going to make it 16-5 on the air, and airs are just killing the Sailors right now. 16, McKenna Russell up to bat. Where are you going to be tomorrow? You're going to be at the
At the high school in the Sailor Center.
In the Sailor
Yep,
Center.
in the Sailor Center, doing the final 2 broadcasts for the Sailor Pride assemblies.
I'm going to make a suggestion for you.
Are you?
Why don't you bring that, and why don't we put it up on the press box?
Get it ready for Monday?
And get it ready for Monday. People will see it Friday as I'm, there'll be a lot of people from lacrosse as well.
Yeah, we can do
Friday.
that. Man, you're all right.
I know, I'm just trying to help here because I caught wrath. Because you did tell me to remind you, and I did, and I accept that.
So we've come to the end of the top of the 6th, 16-5. Sailors are going to need to score at least 2 more runs in order to move into the 7th inning. So hopefully they'll be able to do that. We've talked about it all night. They do have the bats. They do have the capability.
They do.
We'll see if they do. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
It is the bottom of the 6th. If we're going to see a 7th inning, the Sailors have to score 2. Failure to score 2, and the game is done.
That's correct. We're on our 4th hour and 13 minutes of straight broadcasting.
Yes, we have. Up to bat, number 9 for the Sailors, Spaniola. High and outside. 1-1 to count here. Sailors down 16-5, needing 2.
Starting to feel the temperature drop a little bit outside.
We are.
Yeah, you can feel it.
Wonder how much lights cost to add in light to a baseball and a softball comp. I'm sure it's pretty pricey.
Yeah, it would change. Having to get out of school early, that's always an issue with a lot of schools in the springtime. As you play a team from Grand Rapids, we got to leave at 2 o'clock. You get out at 5th hour.
You could do a night game.
You know, I tell
or start at 5 or 6 or something.
My girls that take an AP class.
High fly ball to right field. It's going to be a long out, 1 down.
Don't take a difficult class in 5th hour because you miss it so many times. So in that aspect, you can sell it to administration and say, look at, do more night games, but.
Okay, the coach is out talking to the official. What do you think she's talking about, Jason?
Probably
substitute.
I was going to say a pitch hitter.
Olivia Hawkston. You've got to come out and tell the umpire every time there's a sub.
Hawkston up, number 7. Oh, I got you. Okay, thank you, Jason. What grade is she in?
Olivia's a junior.
Okay. Wow. So the only senior is who?
Is Maddie Metler.
Wow.
The catcher. Yep.
Did you ever have really young teams, Jason?
Oh, sure.
Did you?
Well, when Sydney, the coach, when she was a freshman, there were 4 freshmen on varsity.
Wow.
So she was one of 4 that played all 4 years. Yeah.
Is there a freshman team too?
No.
Okay, so you just have JV and varsity.
JV and varsity, yeah.
No, that's good. No, thank God you got JV.
And that's a difference, too, in softball is you don't – I mean, if a girl can really throw, she's going to be on JV or varsity. And with baseball, you have tons of guys that can throw overhand to be able to do a freshman team and have it work.
Right, exactly.
Very tough to do.
Little blooper to the first baseman, having a hard time picking up. Looks like she's going to beat it, and she does.
That two-handed play we talked about. Boy, that ball's got some spin on it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Just couldn't get a grip on it. So the Sailors stay alive with a base runner on first, 1 out. Up to bat is number can't see the
Maggie
front.
McCarthy.
Maggie McCarthy,
And
number
she
8.
represents the Stay Alive run right now for the Sailors.
And that last batter would have been the 9th batter. This turns the lineup over. It's not what Whitehall wants to see right now.
Right, yeah.
He's the top of the order.
Top of the order, McCarthy up to bat. There's a nice pitch.
She got out ahead of that one just a little bit.
Yep.
I thought Mr. Spaniola does a nice job on the. He's the one that made the cornhole. You said
no. Savakul.
Yeah,
Savakul.
Yep.
You know Mr. Savakul?
He's the assistant coach.
He was my assistant the last 2 years I coached.
Oh, you have to get with him. See what.
Go.
Go.
That was a tip.
Foul tip.
Keep battling. Here we go.
It's been a tale of 2 games for sure.
Yep, for sure.
Both teams, though, they've settled down in this game, and really it's been the Vikings that have found the breaks.
Foul ball again.
Now, did I hear right that the Sailors' record is like a 15-10 record?
Yeah, there's a little poke. Might go overhead. No, it's going to be taken by the third baseman.
So we're at 16, and if we don't pull this out, 16 and 11 maybe?
Yep.
Yeah.
So 2 outs for the Sailors. Up to bat, number 10, Maddie Mettler. Mary Mettler. I can't spit it out. Mettler up to bat.
It's like
Gotta get a little single.
Habitler for
yeah, oh boy, that's okay. That's pop 5. This could be the game. And that's it.
It is.
So the Sailors go out. And that's
it.
the end of the ball game. As they split 1 game apiece.
Here with the Whitehall Vikings 16, your Mona Shore Sailors 5. And that completes your doubleheader on the day.
Well, I think that it was a fantastic night. You know, it's not
absolutely.
a bad thing to split a doubleheader. I mean,
no.
certainly it's, you know, you always want to take both of them, but you certainly don't want to lose both. So we take that as a win, and there's a lot of, again, this is Sydney's first full a year and ability towards coaching, and this has been you can tell that this group has a lot of potential going forward.
Yeah.
And I think that you win by learning in all these types of contests between a team like the Vikings. So.
Yep.
Well, and plus they're just so young. 1 senior. I mean, you know, to have that record with 1 senior, you know, you got to be happy, I would think.
Yeah,
Jason.
and they've had moments where they have all come together, and again, it's a learning process on defense. It really you have to find a way to dig down and make those plays when you need them, and these girls will get better and better and better. So I know Sydney's a great coach to get the best out of her players, and again, they're all attentive over there, all listening to her. She always has words of wisdom for them. So.
Well, every coach does, don't
good
they?
things.
Win or lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And sometimes those real hard discussions are after you win a game. You know, sometimes if you lose one, you know, you say, well, let's lick our wounds and go home, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. But yeah.
Well, Jason, it has been an absolute pleasure having you in the broadcast booth with us. And you know, when Nick called me and said, you know, I took the liberty of asking if Jason Craigo would join us. I hope you don't mind. I said, of course I don't mind. That's fantastic that we're going to
That's awesome.
So, and you're welcome to join us at any of our future softball games here. That would be
absolutely.
A pleasure. It'd be a pleasure to have you with all of them. So,
love it.
Nick, final thoughts here?
Well, it was a good game, and I'm more happy that we were able to cover some girls' stuff, to be honest with you, Joe. You know, we've been guy-heavy, it seems like, but to come to this great new venue right here, kudos to Mona Shores and administration. It really is a first-class softball stadium. It really is, from the press box to the field. Jason talked about the dugouts, the visitor stand, the scenery. It literally is first class, my friend. And the girls split, but it was a good game.
I think that, you know, you talk about us not having an opportunity to cover some of the girls' sports, especially last year with girls soccer and girls softball. And talking about these, what I'm so thankful for is not only do you have these facilities, but you have programs that are using these facilities that reflect the quality here. The programs themselves are deserving of the quality of these facilities.
Yeah,
it's fun to see.
And a year from this June, football is going to convert to turf, where it'll be used all the time. It could be literally year-round. It's that winter from band to youth football to whatever.
Lacrosse,
lacrosse, everything like that. So for Jason, Kimmin, great job as always outside. My friend Joe, for Jason, the guys up here, it's been an honor. We are where and when next week? Tomorrow
Tomorrow I'll be broadcasting the Sailor Pride Assembly, 2 more, the big card giveaway in the afternoon one. So stay tuned. Tune in for that. They'll be giving.
I'm going to be announcing girls, boys lacrosse, JV and varsity tomorrow night. So if you have a chance,
and then
come
our
watch
last official sports broadcast is going to be the
Monday.
Girls lacrosse on Monday, which is senior night as well.
So it's going to be fun. So everybody, for Sailor Nation Sports, we want to thank you for joining. Yeah, it was a split outcome. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Have a great evening, a great day tomorrow. So from Sailor Nation Sports, good night, everybody, and have a great evening.
This is Sailor Nation Sports Network. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.